All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the inaugural European Magic Cup 2026. We are live on Twitch and YouTube, reporting on events happening today in Bologna, the historic capital of Emilia-Romagna, and home to quite some delicious food as well. We have 114 players this weekend, split into 38 different teams, battling out to see who is the ultimate European Magic the Gathering champion. These players have done a lot to get here. Some of them have grinded through 2025 to gain enough points to qualify for this tournament. Other people won their Unity League's national championships, and then there are others who qualified through some designated EUL qualifiers. And having done all of that, they are here now to battle it on the big stage, fighting for their share of 20,000 euros in vendor credits. You are joined today by Sean, and I am joined by my kindred human, Yves Sele. We have multiple formats on show this weekend, but we are starting with Lorwyn Eclipse Team Sealed. And Yves, there is nothing better than to start the day with some limited, is there?
Oh yeah. Hello, Sean, and hello, Magic fans all over Europe. I welcome you on the stream here, and yeah, like you said, there is, in my opinion, nothing better than limited, and especially team limited is some very nice stuff. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to seeing all the teams battling it out in team limited. I could imagine they have already built their 3 decks per team and are ready to battle it out in Lorwyn Eclipsed Limited.
Yeah, exactly. I think um, the sealed format and the draft format, I think in limited is usually quite familiar to a lot of people. But for those who are not familiar with Team Seal, can you tell us a little bit how it works?
Yeah, exactly. So you are like 3 people per team, and you open up 12 boosters of Lorwyn Eclipsed. And then you try to build 3 decks out of those 12 boosters. So Lorwyn Eclipsed is like a very tribe-centric format. So you actually try to build 3 decks as focused as possible in a certain tribe. And then, you actually also have to split up the team in like a player A seat, player B seat, and player C seat. So usually you have like the captain of the team sitting on the position B in the middle seat, and like one player on seat A and C, and then you're ready to battle it out.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so let's talk a little bit about the current format for limited Lorwyn Eclipse. We are, I believe, roughly about 6 weeks into the format, and to some extent, we are saying a little goodbye to it because next week is the start of the pre-release weekend for the new set TMNT, and yeah, this is in some ways like a nice send off to the format. Hopefully, and I think the format has been quite interesting. Um, let's talk about the archetypes that are available in this format, Eve. I'll put them up on screen with some let's say representative cards, and take us through them.
Yeah, exactly. So the panel shows like mainly the 5 main archetypes of Lorwyn Eclipse, which there is like one called elves. Then you have merfolk. You have goblins, kithkin, and elementals. These are the main 5 archetypes and the most supported ones. Um, so actually, I could imagine people trying to build as focused of a deck as possible in one of those main 5 archetypes. You also have some layovers between the archetypes, but actually the cards shown on screen are 5 very typical ones for each of their archetype. You have like Morkan's Eyes for elves, which is like sort of a spider spawning type card. So you try to swarm the board with 2/2 elves. Then you have like for Merfolk, you have like a very typical Merfolk card, which is like a sort of a Merfolk Lord in Deep Channel Duelist. Then, yeah, the third card shown, like Boggart Mischief, is like a very typical goblins card. You try to go wide with mostly small goblins, and then, yeah, you actually, with a card like Boggart Mischief, you get quite some reach to actually, yeah, finish opponents with just a chunk of small points of damage, and yeah, finishing them usually very painfully for them. And Eclipsed Kithkin, you have like for every main tribe, you have an Eclipsed card. Um, like the Eclipsed Kithkin shown here is just one of the examples. You have a similar card for elves, for example, but all of them are very, very strong cards. You can always look at the top 4 cards and choose one of the supported land types or one of the tribe cards and put them into your hand. So it's like a very strong effects for all of them. And for elementals, we have put on screen like the Flame Braider, which is a very typical card, very strong for the archetype. Usually, elementals is like in a red blue shell being played, and Flame Braider is like the perfect 2-drop to have in that deck to ramp you up to do some big and very good stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess these are the 5 kind of kindred archetypes that we have in the format, but I believe the format also supports sort of a bit more of a common theme that is not exactly the kindred.
Yeah, exactly. So you also have like 5 less supported archetypes or some sub archetypes shown on screen here. I would say that the main one is like Vivid, which is usually also part of like an elemental centric deck. Here shown, for example, the Shine Striker is an elemental itself, like Muldrift type of card. And yeah, so we put it up here as the subtype Vivid, which can be played in like a blue-green shell, but also like in a 5-color shell. So that's one like a bit less supported archetypes, as well as, for example, fairies, shown in the card of Voracious Tom Skimmer, which is like a fairy flesh type archetype. So you try to play as many spells as possible during your opponent's turn, like spontaneous spells, and try to get the benefit out of playing spells during your opponent's turn. Then the third card shown, like the black-white version of a card, Reaping Willow, which stands for like some sort of blight-centric archetype. Blight means like putting -1, -1, counters on your own creatures, and so this is like usually like some negative effect for you, but with the black white version, you try to benefit out of this, of putting -1, -1 counters on your own creatures by, for example, like Reaping Willow, removing them to get like beneficial stuff out of the card. So this is like the black white deck. Then you have like uh, um, red white, for example, in the form of Hovel Hurler, which is more of like a giant tribe deck that, well, in my opinion, mostly is like red white kind of beat downy mid-rangey decks with some benefits out of giants, and also like some sub team of -1/-1 counters, like blight counters, shown in the card or the version of Hovel Hurler here. And as the last, a bit less supported archetype, we have like red green, which is shown in the card of Noggle Robber here, which is more like a red green ramp style deck, which tries to actually ramp up with treasures to like play some big beefy creatures in the mid to late game.
Yeah, exactly. And I think quite a rich format in terms of what you can draft. I am very much drawn to the Vivid archetype. I don't know how many of you have played this format, but you know, Shine Striker into getting hit by a Prisma Basher, I think is one of the most awesome things you can do in this format. Well, actually, not so awesome if you're the the victim of this. But yeah. Um, yeah, I think one of the characteristics of this format as well, I think, is that we have quite a lot of removal. Can you talk a little bit about, let's say, the quality of the removal and um, how many do you think you would like in a deck usually?
Yeah, that's a very good point. Usually, well, you have like the main three types that of cards that you want to include in your deck is usually like creatures, some amount of removal, and some amount of like card draw trick, like pump effect style of cards. And uh, in my opinion, in this, especially in this draft format, Lorwyn Eclipsed, you try to really maximize on creatures supporting your own type, your own tribe, and you just need a bunch of removals to really fight the very problematic creatures of your opponents. Yeah, you brought up some nice cards that are showing some nice removal in each of the colors. You have like, for example, Liminal Hold as one of the best white commons, which is a very nice removal for mostly Kithkin and Merfolk decks. You have, for example, Blossom Bind as a blue example of a removal card. I don't like this one as much as Liminal Hold, but it's still a very decent removal spell. And if you try to fight problematic rares or mythic cards, this one usually is completely fine to help you doing that. Then you have Blight Rot as the black example of a removal spell, usually getting played in goblins or elf centric decks, which fights most of the problematic cards like lords, yeah, or also most of the rares. But there are some cards in the format that are not really affected by Blight Rot in a way that you would like to wish. Because they might be a bit bigger than Blight Rot, or like the champion style of cards, for example, champions of the shoal, or all the champions, which usually survive like this sort of removal. Cinder Strike, like the red removal, is a very nice one. I like this as my most preferred common removal of all of them. So I think Cinder Strike is a very good one. And Assert Perfection, the green common removal, is also a very nice one. Usually being played by Kithkin or elves to very good success most of the time.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the value of removal has sort of changed over the different limited formats that we've played so far. I think in the modern kind of era of limited formats. Um, like you said, I think removal plays a little bit of a role in your deck more than as a sort of oh, if you have like 20 removals in your deck and 3 creatures, you can just win through some kind of a control shell, I guess. Let's move on from this limited format to talking about what players are fighting for this weekend. Um, so the format that we have scheduled for this weekend takes place over 2 days. For today, Saturday is a grueling 8 round uh, day. It is um, played in the Swiss format, and we start with 3 rounds of Team Sealed Lorwyn Eclipse. And then following that, players will put aside their limited decks and then start to take up their constructed decks, whether it is modern, standard, or pauper, and battle it out in 5 rounds, 5 Swiss rounds of team trios. Um, and yeah, personally, I quite enjoyed this format, team format, which I think in some ways is a departure from the conventional 1v1 matches that we're having these days, but also in some sense going back to what we used to have from time to time, isn't it, Eve?
Yeah, exactly. Like in the old times or in the older times, we used to have quite some more team style events, like back in the days when GPs, Grand Prix were a thing. We used to have at least one team GP per year, most of the times in Europe. And like back in the days, not too long ago, where World Magic Cup was a thing, that was some sort of a World Magic Cup, let's call it like this, where actually team events were a big part of it. Exactly, yeah. So really looking forward to those team style battling. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then after Saturday, we will cut to the top 8, and then on Sunday, we will have uh, the top 8 teams battling out for the ultimate trophy, and this will be not just a normal single elimination format, but this will be a double elimination. So we do have teams, even if they lose a match, have a chance to claw it back once again. Eve?
Yeah. Exactly. So double elimination actually, in my opinion, is a very nice thing. So you get like some sort of a second chance to catch back. So you're not eliminated with like your first loss. So actually, your second loss means the end of the tournament. So yeah, this is like also, in my opinion, a very nice thing to fight some variants because like if you're actually getting eliminated 2 times then yeah, it might be correct that you're not in the tournament anymore. So this is like a mode that I do really like quite a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I think like if you lose once, you get a second chance to kind of come back. But then if you lose twice, it's like, yeah, okay, I think you're done here.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. And let's take a look at the price breakdown for this weekend. Some very, let's say, generous prizes going all the way down to the 12th place. First place, 5,100 euros in vendor credits. Second place, 3,000. If you make it to the semifinals, it's 2,100. And if you make it to the top 8, it's 1,200. And if you fail to make the top 8, but you still do fairly well within 9 to 12th place, you still get about exactly 750 euros in store credits.
Yeah, that in my opinion, that's a very nice prize pool. I mean, you have to divide the prize pool by 3 because you're playing in a team of 3. But even then, it's very nice. Like for being able to make it to the top 8, you get at least 400 euros per player. on your team, which most of the time pays at least for the trip to Bologna. And if you're doing better, then you actually get some nice money on top of that. So I think that's yeah, maybe also something that will motivate all the teams yeah, to maximize their chances of being able to actually get to first place prize.
Yeah, exactly. I think pretty good incentives here. A lot of prizes to play for this weekend. And if you are tuning in and you are living in Europe and you're wondering, hey, this seems pretty cool. A lot of these players are playing in this tournament. What can I do to try and get in on the action as well? Well, we've prepared this particular slide to explain a little bit the structure of what we have because it's a fairly new system that's been introduced in Europe recently. Eve, why don't you take us through this?
Yeah, exactly. Like it in the form that you see it on screen now, it was introduced at the beginning of this year. Actually, the season started already in October 2025 and lasting all the way through December 2026. And actually, the system means that you can play in four different types of tournaments at local game store nearby where you live. And you can actually battle it out in regular league, district, or premier style of events and collecting points. And those points collected in well, in the time between October 2025 all the way through December 2026 will then maybe help you to get an invite for the nationals in your own country being held in well 2026 and then maybe also qualify you for the next European Matching Cup being held in 2027. So this is actually the path, or yeah, the path helping you getting to the European Magic Cup. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a system that I guess rewards a bit more consistency over the years, over the one participating year. And in some sense, it's also uh, uh, a nice way to do this rather than sometimes the conventional route that we have right now in competitive Magic is to have a couple of levels where you have to win or to have a little bit of a top finish. It can be a little bit brutal sometimes, but I think this one makes it a little bit, let's say, more rewarding to some extent. And if you are in Europe and you have an LGS who isn't aware of this Unity League, well, actually, the way the system has been presented, actually any store can participate. So if your store isn't participating, you can tell your store to participate today. You can contact the Unity League either on their socials or into the DMs or anything and just ask them how this can be done. Or you can go to unityleague.gg and see what you can do to become a participating store. Well, one other thing we would like to talk about before we go off on a break is a little giveaway for you. Uh, Check out this amazing limited edition official European Magic Cup playmat. This wonderful artwork is designed by the wonderful Alberto S. Ballesteros, who also happens to be in Bologna this weekend. It is a splendid ode to the modern Amulet Titan archetype, I believe. And if you really dig this playmat and you would like to have a chance to win one of this, well, you can. If you're watching us on Twitch, leave a comment in chat with hashtag EMC. Followed by a cheer for your favorite team or player. So, for example, you can go hashtag EMC space Hauptschweiz if you're rooting for the Swiss team, or your any other team, or if you have a player that you're rooting for, just give us a cheer. But remember to put the hashtag EMC, and you will be entered into a prize draw on Twitch for winning one of these playmats. But if you're watching on YouTube, or if you want, let's say, I guess, a little bit more entries, well, you can also do that. There's one playmat to be given out on each of these 4 different platforms: on Twitch, on Instagram, Facebook, or on X as well. And I would say check out these posts from the EUL because they have their respective rules on participating into this prize raffle, into this prize draw. And good luck with that. And with that, we'll take a little bit of a break, and we'll be back. And hopefully, when we do, we will start with the round 1 feature match. See you then.
See you soon.
Hello, everyone, and we are back. Sorry for the very, very, very short break. We have just received note that the feature match is already running, so let's try and jump in straight away. We are watching Team Denmark versus Team Sweden, and we're looking at the seats of Johan Larsson versus Mick Madsen. And at some point, I'm hoping the feed for the game is going to come up. Yep, there we go. Looks like players are already underway. Take us through this, Eve.
Okay, so let's have a look. We have Mike Madsen, which looks like he's on a might be very typical black-green elves deck. And on the other side, we have Johan Larsson, which looks like he is in the elemental typical colors of blue and red. So, oh wow!
Is that a
yeah,
Dosan or?
yeah, that was just like Mick Madsen playing Maraline Fey Ascendant, which is like a blue-green black type of fairy / elf payoff card. So this is like considered a very bomb stylish card. Actually, it says when Marilyn or another elf or fairy enters, you can look at the top 2 cards of your opponent's library, and you can actually cast a spell out of these 2 depending on the amount of elves and or fairies you control. So actually, when you like in this case, it's not that good because you only have Marilyn as your lonely elf and fairy card. But for example, if you control like 4 elves, then you can actually play one of these 2 spells if it has a converted mana cost of 4 or less. So a very, very strong card.
Yeah, and it looks like we have Mick is playing a bit more of an elf synergy, and Johan is playing some sort of elementals. He has a banner on elementals.
Exactly. Yeah, one more important thing that you have to know about uh, uh, the Marilyn card is that you can only play those cards at on the turn that you exile them. So on a later turn, you cannot play them anymore. They still keep on being in exile, like shown here on screen, but actually you unfortunately cannot play them anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Uh,
So we have a
so yeah,
mountain cycle.
the banner is on elementals, which means that for every elemental spell you play, you gain a life, and you can sacrifice the artifact to get back an elemental card from your graveyard.
Nice card.
So yeah, we have on Mix side, we have the Morkan's Eyes that was shown previously by us. So a very elf typical card. That's an enchantment. It costs 2 mana. You can surveil 1 on your upkeep. And for 6 mana, you can actually sacrifice it and create a 2/2 elf creature token for every elf tribe card in your graveyard. And the nice thing about this is that Morkan's Eyes itself is an elf tribe card, so actually it counts for itself. So even if you do not have another elf card in your graveyard, you're actually getting at least 1 token out of it because it counts for itself.
Yeah, exactly. But I wouldn't pay 6 mana to just make 1/2/2 elf, I guess.
That's true, yeah. So actually, let's see how many elves he's gonna get. He just cracked it. It seems like, yeah, he also has Nameless Inversion in his graveyard, which is
Oh
a
yeah.
removal spell, but it actually has like the Changeling subtype, which means it also counts as an elf in the graveyard.
Mm. Yeah, that's cool. And what does he cast there? Post combat. That's a Shine Striker, right?
Uh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, he now
Pretty
let
good
me check
choice.
this. Yeah, he exiled. Yeah, actually, to recap this, he had the Morelin out in play, and I think if I got it right, he created a total of 6 elf tokens. So
Oh.
yeah, so that meant that with the Morelin, he could exile a total amount of 6 cards from the opponent's library, and because he had the proper amount of elves in play, he could actually cast the Shine Striker for free out of these Marilyn triggers, which sealed the deal for this game. Yeah, the opponent just conceded.
Yeah, I guess what you get when you allow your opponents to untap with their bombs, and yeah, 0 mana 3/3 flying draw 3 is pretty good, I think.
Yeah, it is exactly. Yeah, and like you said before, removal is an important part of a good limited deck. And to handle those kind of bombs, you want to have a removal exactly at the time where the bomb gets played. And here we saw that there was no removal on Johan's side, and actually a couple of turns later he lost the game, mainly because of this bomb of Marilyn.
Hmm. Yep, and I assume this is the end of game one. Players consulted the sideboards, and then they are shuffling up for game two.
Exactly. So Mick actually leading 1-0. Actually, I don't know if we. Yeah, I think it's not shown which seed they are. If they are like team seed A, B, or C, I think it's not shown on
No,
screen.
it's not. Yeah. I don't see them communicating with their teammates at this point, though. So I think they're all kind of focused on their own games for the moment. Actually,
Exactly.
oh no, it doesn't work. Yeah. So I saw the names on their playmats, and Mick's name was in the middle, so it might mean that he's in the seat B, but Johan's name on the other side was on the right side. So um, they're definitely not. Yeah. So yeah, it looks like they're on table one. So they're actually playing on one of the side seats. They're not the captains of their team.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So
So doing the mulligans.
okay, Mick going
Seems like a Malta 6 for Mick and a keep 7.
exactly. Yeah. So he decided to put his card on the bottom, so they are ready to go.
Yeah. Evolving Wilds.
Yeah.
One. Pretty good card. I think this format has quite a lot of fixing, allowing you to play just about any combinations of colors if you're ambitious or greedy enough, let's say.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's like an enormous amount of fixing, but a decent amount of fixing. And like you said, Evolving Wilds being one of the better ones for sure. Yeah,
Yep. And we see a swamp from Johan Larsson, which we didn't see, I think, in game one. So a little bit of a
exactly.
splash, I guess, which makes sense. Shine Striker giving a bit more value.
Exactly. And actually,
Oh, there
blue
we go.
red. Oh, yeah, more concise. Once again, this time on turn two, which is pretty strong.
Yep.
And
And what was it that Johan cast there?
on the other hand, Johan, let me double check. That was a Kirill Attentive first year. So this is, yeah, it's a very unique type of card. It's a vampire cleric, so not really like a supported archetype, but you can tap him to actually him and another creature to double up on triggers from your creatures. But it's not relevant this game because
Yeah, it
the creature died right away.
yeah very quickly got the namelessly inverted, I think.
Exactly, exactly. But actually, we have Johan already playing the next, in my opinion, bomb style type of card, um, which is
I think we may have lost E for a moment. So let's see.
actually, it's a very good effect. So I think we have lost the game, or didn't we?
No, we're still going.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But the game may be lost pretty soon, I would say, I think.
Yeah, I think Johan is really in the driver's seat here.
Yep, for sure.
Oh wow, that's a Gloom Ripper, which might be the beginning of a comeback on Mick's side. It's a very good card.
Yep, probably one of the better payoffs in elves if you're there.
exactly. So actually, Mick is on 8 life, but at the moment he looks stable. Um, so he could block
Whoa.
Johan's single. Oh, okay. So he's gonna fall down to 4 life on this attack. End Blaze Epiphany being played this turn by Johan, which is a very, very good removal. So he's falling down to 4 life.
Yeah.
Actually, now I'm wondering two things. I think he's holding the fixed land, so he should be fine to crack the Morkan's eyes. Oh no. Okay, no, he goes for. Okay, he stays on 5 lands, so he's going for another play because I'm wondering what's the total amount of elf cards in his graveyard at
Yeah.
the moment. It's hard to figure out.
And what has he done here?
Okay.
Oh, is that
Well,
the Auntie's oh, what's the card name?
yeah, it's anti-sentence.
Anti-sentence, yes.
Yeah, he chose to look at Johan's hand. So actually, I think his plan is to remove a card that could. Yeah, he's looking at 3 creatures, so he can choose a permanent card out of this 3 to make him discard that one.
Yep.
Um, so at the moment, it looks like he's fine because he can actually block the 4/3 trample attacker from Johan,
Mm-hmm.
and then he should be fine at 6 life, at least for the moment. I would also pick the Shine Striker because that's the only flyer in Johan's hand, which could actually fight through an army of elves on the ground.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, so it looks like the way Mick can probably win this game is to stabilize for a while and then at some point crack the eyes and make a bunch of elves and probably take over the game from there.
exactly, at least that's the plan right now. Uh, so I don't know what's the card that Johan just played was. I
Mm.
cannot figure out that one. Um, okay, so I think Mick is now taking a look at his graveyard. We still don't know how many elves are actually in there. He milled a couple of more cards. So Johan is now deciding if he wants to actually attack, maybe take the trade there.
Yeah. Is that what's the card that you just cast?
Yeah, that was the card we have seen before, the Kirill Attentive First Year. That's
Ah,
actually
okay.
the one where you can tap 2 untapped creatures to copy a triggered ability you control. Um, at the moment, not really doing a whole lot, but that
Well,
might change in the future.
yeah, presenting some board presence. I think is what it's doing.
Yeah. So I'm curious if Mick. Yeah, it seems
Yeah,
like
he's counting as well.
yeah, but he's missing the 6th land to actually crack the Morkan's eyes,
Yeah.
if I see that correctly. But he's still like counting. I think it should
Mm.
be at least 5 or 6 elves. Like
Yeah,
also counting the
the eyes.
exactly. Yeah,
Okay, and decided to flip.
Yeah, exactly. That's like a trigger on first main phase. So he drew his card for the turn, and then he can still decide if he wants to flip or not. So that's what he went for. So actually draining the opponent for 2. And yeah, now he just played a Dawn Hand Eulogist, which drains for another 2 life, actually meaning you gain 2, your opponent loses 2 life. So that should actually put Mick up to 8 life.
Yeah,
If
so we're
I
on 16.8 at the moment, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but
They
it's
haven't.
showing 6 life. I don't know if they.
Yeah, I think they need to update their
Oh,
the
okay.
the
Yeah.
tablet on their side, but they haven't done that. But they are keeping track of it on paper, which I
Oh,
think is the
okay.
most
Yeah.
important thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So actually, Mick is on a healthier life amount now. Actually, feeling a bit more comfortable than being down on 4 life. So let's see what the Johan comes up with. Yeah, I mean, like the Kirill sitting on Johan's side is quite a scary card.
Yeah. And I guess the Tristan that Mick flips also has a cruise valve. Well, not anymore. It does not. But like presumably the plan also could have been play a bit more of a grindy game and then just flip that constantly every turn, gaining 2 and then losing 2 and gaining 2 and draining for 2 and stuff. Um,
Exactly, yeah.
but yeah, now a little bit more on the back foot once again. Some more pressured by Johan.
Yeah, Johan going for the Cinder Strike, blighting for 1 to clear up Mick's one of Mick's 2 blockers. So
Yep.
he's going for the trade here, taking some trample damage. Whoa, actually going down to 1, taking 3/5, 1 trample.
So he's got, was it 6? No, what is that? 12 or
Um,
11? 11 elves. That's a 6 and a 5, right?
yeah,
Can't believe
I'm
he
not
does.
sure, but it looks like it's quite a lot.
Yeah, well, if yeah,
We're gonna find out in a moment.
yeah, it's
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, 11.
yeah, it's enough, I would say.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he should be fine on the ground. Now I'm wondering if Johan has some sort of a flyer he's holding, or he might could draw. I mean,
Well,
Mick is
actually,
down to 1 life, so
yeah, but Mick is presenting lethal, isn't he?
oh
11
yeah,
elves, 22 damage. He only has 3
you're
blockers.
right on the
Yeah.
counterattack. Mick is exactly. It's 11, 22, 3 blockers. Yeah, it's exactly lethal on Mick's side. You're right.
Okay, so this means that Johan is under pressure to find some kind of an answer. I don't know what you have
Yeah,
in the Grixis colors.
I mean, 1 blocker would already keep him alive, I guess.
Yes.
So we're gonna find out in a second.
So what's he cast here? It's milling a land and drawing a card.
Okay, that's another creature he can loot.
Yeah, but he
Thanks to that creature.
tapped did you tap the Carol to copy that ability?
Ah, okay, wow. So I think he's searching for a solution desperately. Actually getting a double
And
loot out of it.
getting in with a is he wait, is he just dead?
Yeah, it looks like if he didn't find an answer, I think he's just dead. So he's desperately looking through his cards. Just swinging. one creature, yeah, getting blocked by 11 elves. So, if I count correctly, that
Yeah, it's 10 elves now.
yeah, it's so
He
it's
threw
still
one on,
lethal. It's still
yeah.
lethal on mixed side, yeah, yeah. So,
And what has he played here?
I think Johan passed the turn to Mick.
Yeah,
So, let's
Mick just
see.
bought back 2 creatures.
Yeah, so Mick
And
is
he's, yep,
going for a
exactly.
play pre-combat.
Yep.
Oh, wow. That's a
Yep.
nice one. He's going for Tristan's command. Okay, not sure which mode he choose. Well, one mode is returning to... okay, well, that sealed the deal, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he
like you
didn't,
said, swinging for 20, yeah.
yeah, didn't even need to cast the command, but just in case.
Exactly, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, so match 1 to Mick. Congratulations to Denmark getting points on the board. So it's all up to his teammates now to see what they can do.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
that was a 2-0 on Mick's side, yeah.
Yeah,
Pretty
exactly.
nice.
Um,
So the nice thing is when one player of the team finished his match, he can actually support one of the other teammates, like helping them to make decisions, helping them on their plays. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. This is one format where like assistance is allowed.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean,
Okay.
even just helping them on their mulligan decisions, that can already help quite a lot.
Yeah, exactly. That's definitely good. All right, so it looks like we have tables 1 and 2 are finished. And we might be waiting for a backup feature match. But I think what we're gonna do right now is go away for a little short break. And when we come back, we would try and see if we can have the backup feature match in play. But if not, we'll we'll wait for round 2, I guess, and we'll see you in a bit.
Okay. See you soon.
And we are back. Welcome back once again to the inaugural European Magic Cup 2026. We're live on Twitch and YouTube. Oops, sorry about that. Yeah, we're live on Twitch and YouTube, reporting on events happening today in Bologna, where we are covering the EMC 2026 for the weekend. How are we doing so far, Eve?
Doing very good. Thank you, Sean. Yeah, we saw some nice action in round one of Team Limited. Yeah, hopefully we are seeing some more of this. It looks like the decks we have seen being shown on camera, they looked quite strong in my opinion. So maybe this is an indication that actually team seal decks, because they are very focused decks out of 12 boosters, they seem to be very strong on average. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It probably almost resembles, I think, the strength of a deck when you do actually draft it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. All right, let's remind our viewers once again what's happening this weekend. So, schedule for this week is we start today with 8 rounds of Swiss. The first 3 rounds of Team Seal Lorwyn Eclipsed, followed by 5 rounds of Team Trios Constructed. And then we cut to the top 8 on Sunday, and teams will play out in a double elimination format to determine who is the undisputed Magic the Gathering champion of Europe. And the prizes that they have to play for are displayed here on the screen. Total of 20,000 euros in the prize pool, all in vendor credits for the whole team. So a lot to spend on sleeves, I would say.
Yeah, on sleeves or on nice cards that you do not own yet. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Eve, if players who are watching today would like to get in on the action, can you talk us through what they will need to do?
Exactly, yeah. So this is the new structure of the Unity League. That means that you can collect points at your local events. So the first thing that's very important, that actually your local game store knows about the Unity League. So it's very important that you actually tell your local game store that they should participate in the Unity League, that you can actually gather points as a player. And then the local game store has the possibility to register their event as a regular, a league event, a district event, or a premier event. And then you can collect points on this basis throughout the whole season of October 25 to September 26. And by collecting those points, you can then qualify for your nationals in your own country, being held throughout October to December in 2026, which then qualifies or might qualify you for the next European Magic Cup being held in 2027.
Yeah, exactly. A great new kind of system to qualify for the nationals, as well as this kind of independent regional European Cup that we have organized mostly by Jari Rensch and his team here in Switzerland. So thank you for putting all of this together. Very well supported in the first year, I must say.
Exactly. Yeah. Big thanks. And yeah, if I'm counting right, it's actually 20 different nations battling it out this weekend, which, in my opinion, is very successful for the first year of European Magic Cup.
Yeah, exactly. And I was looking through the list of the teams, and I noticed there are 5 Italian teams going. So uh, the home country, I think, represented very well here as well.
Yeah, very strongly represented for sure with 5 teams. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, and then if you are watching us, we would like to show a little bit of this as well. A lot of the players, or all the players competing today, will have their very own personalized EMC playmat. But if you would like one for yourself, designed by the wonderful Alberto S. Ballesteros, this EMC playmat is available for you to win. In order to do so, you can enter through your prize draw on Twitch. Just type in the chat hashtag EMC space a kind of cheer or the country or the player that you're supporting, and you'll be entered into the prize draw. This is available for the entirety of our coverage this weekend. You can also enter on the other three platforms, on Instagram, on Facebook, and on X as well. Check out the respective EUL pages for info there. Okay. And we are still waiting a little bit to be able to show the next match, which will be the table 3. So it's the seat C of the Team Denmark versus Team Sweden matchup. But before that, let's talk a little bit more about this format. Eve, what do you think about the combat tricks in Lorwyn Eclipse?
Where there are quite a few combat tricks, but in my opinion, most of them are not really at their best. So I tend to play a few of them, mostly like focusing on a lot of creatures and some removal in my deck. So yeah, in other formats, combat tricks might be a bit better, or in other sets in the past. But in this set, I think focusing more on creatures, actually maximizing on the tribe you're playing, usually is the better strategy than playing a lot of combat tricks. But one rule usually is, when you do have just a few removal spells, you might want to replace a slot of a removal spell with a combat trick. But I could imagine in a team sealed format where you can build 3 decks out of 12 boosters, you're gonna end up with a decent amount of removal spells that you can split between 3 players. So my intention is that you're not gonna see a whole lot of combat tricks being played in those decks. So it's mostly like creature, tribe-centric, removal spells, and maybe some card drawing spells.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess some of the removal spells, especially if they're the ones that you can play at instant speed, also kind of doubles as a combat trick if you time them correctly. I suppose cards like a Blight Rod and oh dear, what was that?
Yeah.
The white removal spell that deals 4 damage, destroys an or enchantment. Forgot the name
You
of the
mean
spell.
yeah, that's the keep out.
Keep out.
That's a
Yes.
spell, exactly. Yeah, you said that completely right. Those instant type of removal spells, they can actually also be like some sort of trick or pump spell type-ish spell. So they actually figure as a double roll. So I tend to play those cards over like a normal pump spell in my decks.
Yeah, probably a wise decision as well. Okay, so we are going to go on another short break, and when we come back, we'll show you the third match of Team Denmark versus Team Sweden. All right, don't go away.
See you soon.
And yeah. Oh, oh, oh.
This showing the nice playmat.
Yes, exactly. Um, okay. Um, we are having some slight technical difficulties. Okay, I think
Okay.
we're good to go.
Yes. Players still shuffling it up.
Yep.
Uh, maybe Ole is taking a mulligan. Oh no, they're both still shuffling. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. So you said, Sean, do you have an idea if they are like middle? No, they're not middle seat, right? Yeah.
No, these are people. They'll be in seat C.
Okay. Always seat C. Okay.
All right, we are underway. So it looks like a blue black, sorry, a white black deck from Ole.
Uh, or might be also a blue-white deck.
Blue
I'm
white.
not
Okay.
sure. Yeah. At
Let's.
at least a decent amount of white cards in his hand
Yes,
so
that's
far.
definitely true. Yeah. All right, Ludwig, starting off with the island, the
Yes.
best basic land in the game.
Yeah. Considered by many people. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's a nice pun. Thank you. All right, so
Okay.
blue white by
It,
Ludwig.
it it looks like we're playing actually a Merfolk, a blue-white mirror match. I saw
Could be,
some
yes.
Merfolk stylish cards as well in Ole's hand.
Yeah, can't
Yeah,
quite tell what that basic land is, but it might be an island.
yeah, exactly. I think both leading off with a Merfolk card, like
Yeah, that's a Silver
yeah,
Quill Mentor, I think, on
exactly
Ludwig's side.
on Ludwig's side,
Yeah, and
which
he has.
actually is one of the strongest two drops in Merfolk, and the Wonder Brine Preacher on the other side from
Mhm.
Ole, which actually when it's gonna get tapped, you gain 2 life out of the process.
Yeah, pretty good. And then a Deep Channel Duelist followed up by Ludwig. Pretty strong continuation. It was the Merfolk that he beheld when he cast the Mentor.
Yeah,
So
that's the Merfolk Lord. So
already,
already putting up some pressure on Ole.
yeah, five points of damage coming through on turn 3.
Yes. So I think Ole is considering if he might have some strong convoke spells in his hand where he actually needs the preacher to follow up his plays, but he goes for the block, taking less damage.
Yeah, I think. I mean, with Ludwig having already 6 permanents on board, I think he, to be able to convoke stuff is more actually on Ludwig's side rather than Ole's side, right? I think that's the plan right now.
Yeah, I think it was a good play to yeah, stamp the bleeding a little bit on Ole's side.
Yeah, so
But still, no play on turn 3 from Ole.
yeah,
So
probably a flash creature.
oh yeah, could be. We're gonna find out in a second.
That's a very brave attack by Ludwig.
Yeah.
Running
Okay.
either
No
Flock
blocks.
Imposter or Glamour Might.
Yeah, exactly. Or the removal spell we spoke about before,
Yes.
the keep out.
Yep.
So Yeah,
Oh, there it
actually.
is.
Oh wow, yeah.
So actually did not
But
block the duelist, but actually decided
yeah,
to just run down end step.
yeah. To be honest, that surprises me quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he has like maybe a read on Ludwig that is holding like a combat trick or some sort of removal.
Possible.
But
I mean, it could also have followed it up with a Glamour Might, I guess, to tap so that there are no blockers. But I mean that play also doesn't entirely make sense. But perhaps what he's trying to do is, yeah, exactly that, to convoke out the 5 mana creature.
exactly, he just convoked out the Marrow Sky Swimmer, which brings another 1/1 Merfolk. So yeah, that play is now more reasonable. And yeah, actually, okay, Ludwig going for a removal spell to actually.
Okay.
Yeah, he's going for an end turn removal spell to keep the pressure high so he can swing for at least another 4 damage,
Yep.
pressuring Ole quite a bit.
Yeah. These
And
Merfolk
he's
decks very tempo focused, I guess. Sorry.
exactly, yeah, they can play both roles, but you're right, usually they are playing some sort of tempo-ish game, yeah. And Ole now falling down to 10 life, and Ludwig following it up with a preacher of his own.
Yeah. And with 2 mana open and the creature, there is the removal spell. If I can recall its name, to convoke to destroy attacking a blocking creature that is up. Also 2 mana up for keep out as well.
Ah, okay, yeah. Um,
So what's this?
that's an encumbered jewelry on Ole's side, which is like a 2/1 merfolk that grows. It comes into play with 3 -1/-1 counters and grows every time it's gonna get tapped. So mainly like a convoke payoff.
Yep.
Um, okay, Ole decided to not swing at all, passing the turn back, even not swinging with the flying creature. So actually his main focus is on like stabilizing the board, not taking any further damage.
Yep. That makes sense.
So we're gonna find out if he's gonna block or not. Ludwig swinging with the token and the preacher for a total of 5 damage.
Yeah, he cannot take all of this, right? There must be something he has to do.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe he has like an instant speed play or an convoke spell that he can play on instant speed. We're gonna find out in a second. Actually, it looks to me that he is holding like a disruptor of currents in his hand, which
Ah,
is like a Manowar uh, type style of card. Actually, a 3/3 creature that can bounce a permanent, and you can flash it in for a total of 5 mana, and also it has convoke. So he might goes for that play. Wow, actually he could play it right now, bouncing the Lord and then going for a block on on the preacher. We're
yep,
gonna find out if he's gonna do that.
yep.
So,
There we
so he
go.
can
Yeah,
mostly clear up Ludwig's whole board. It looks like he goes for exactly that play. Now double blocking on the 2 creatures.
yeah. So the advantage swinging all the way back to Ollie's side.
Yeah, it's heavily swinging right now. Yeah, if Ludwig doesn't have like a combat trick to combat that. We're gonna find out in a second, but Ludwig would lose both of his creatures in the
Yep.
process because they got smaller because the Lord was being bounced. Yeah.
Yeah, and Ole presenting, was it 9 power on board? Oh, and a protection spell.
Yeah, now he had some sort of a trick. He had a Glimmer Grifter, which is like a 1/2 flash flying creature that can make a creature onto a power 4, toughness 4 creature until the end of turn, which is some sort of a combat trick. And now, if I saw that correctly, his he's targeting his preacher. Yeah. So actually, he had some sort of a trick, and Ole lost his disruptor in the process.
Yeah.
But it's still not too bad.
Yep.
Actually, the board looks very evenish at the moment. Yeah, I think important to know that the Glamour Gifter is a fairy and not a merfolk.
Yes, indeed.
So it's not gonna get pumped by the merfolk lord. So it's now on Ole. It looks like he's gonna tap all 6 lands he has. Even, oh, might be a convoke spell. Oh, yeah.
That's the it's the bouncing and making the merfolk.
Yeah, it's the
Uh,
Wondervine Farewell,
yeah.
which like bounces 2 permanents, and if you control a merfolk, you're gonna get a 1/1 merfolk for each permanent bounce this way. So that's a huge tempo play on Ole's side.
Yeah, and
Um,
attacking it for 6.
yeah, I think he's attacking for. I is it
It's
5
5,
or
and then
yeah,
the
you're
creature
right. Yeah,
removes
it's
the
6 right
counter.
now. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Okay, in my opinion, Ole is now in the driver's seat.
Yep. Ludwig's mana is being taxed quite heavily to replay all the creatures again.
Exactly.
Okay.
I mean, if I counted correctly, he replayed his Deep Channel Duelist for at least the second time. Uh, so,
Replaying for the second time. It's the third time this game that he's casted it
yeah.
again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But still, actually, uh, Ludwig is quite. Yeah. Yeah, he's really under pressure, not really having good blocks at all. I'm quite surprised by this block. Maybe he has a follow up play.
Mhm.
Ah, okay. Looks like. mm, Yeah, it looks like he has a runaway together as some sort of a combat trick, which bounces like one of your own creature and one of your opponent's creatures. So going for the block and then bouncing his own um, glamour gifter so that he can replay it as a combat trick on a later turn.
Yeah, and also resets all this creature, right? So he
Exactly, shrinking down his merfolk to a just to a 2/1 creature that he has to replay.
okay. It looks like we are about to begin round 2, but let's keep following this match until we do, and then we'll switch over whenever we can.
Okay, cool. Um, so that looks like a temporal cleansing on Ludwig's side. So Ole has to decide if he wants to put his creature second from the top or on the bottom of his library. Not sure what he went for. Was it on the bottom?
On the bottom, yeah. I
Yeah,
think with one card in hand and 7 lands, might be looking for something better.
exactly. And if he replays it, it's just a 2/1, so not really too strong on that board.
Yeah.
And now Ole, he's actually, um, yeah, he's pressuring quite nicely. He's attacking with the preacher for 3, gaining as well 2 life in the process by tapping the preacher every time. And then the deep channel duelist helps him untapping his creature and having it as a nice blocker for the upcoming turn.
Yep.
So Ole not really having a good attack here. I mean, he could attack with a 2/2 flyer, but he knows about Ludwig's
Gifter.
gifter
Or
that has been bounced previously. Exactly. Okay. Mm. Yeah, that's. Yeah, I mean, if Ole goes for the triple block on the oh oh was this Pyrrhic strike?
hmm.
Did I see that correctly? Which actually kills an artifact or enchantment.
Yes.
Yeah. So he actually played at instant speed and now goes for the double block. And
And Ludwig's thinking about playing
yeah,
the
I mean,
Gifter to. Oh,
yeah, he
that.
played the gifter to push some more damage. I think he made the preacher to a 4/4 creature.
Yeah.
And actually
Surely, yeah, it's 5, right? Because of the duelist. Yeah.
exactly, yeah. So he's pushing
Okay.
5 damage in the process.
Yeah. So Ole now on 3, facing a 1/2 flyer, I think.
Yeah,
So it's a 3-turn clock.
yeah, exactly. Um,
Okay, so it sounds like we are about to start round 2. So we're gonna actually move on over to the feature match, which is the live stream. So unfortunately, we'll have to leave this for now, but maybe we can come back to it at some point in the future. And we are following Team Denmark once again, and this time against Team Switzerland. And
yeah,
we are joined with Ole, who was piloting the Merfolk deck earlier, and we're up against Samuel Marty from the Swiss side.
yeah. I know Samuel Marty quite a bit, and he is a very strong limited player. He even won a limited Grand Prix back in the days.
Mm-hmm.
So he's sort of a limited specialist, I would say.
Yeah, he's also borrowed some of my cards for this event.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see what they come up with. And looks like both teams are on a 1-0 record, so they both won their respective matches in round 1.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Samuel, I think he's part of the Swiss team, right? Like the team with Pascal Grossman and Felipe Souza and Samuel Marty. Is that correct?
Yes, exactly. Yep.
Yeah. I think personally, I'm rooting for them as a Swiss guy myself.
Yeah, I don't think anyone will fault you for that.
Looks like Ole is taking a mulligan. So it's also going to be interesting to see if maybe Samuel is also playing Merfolk. That would
Yeah.
mean we have some tendency that this seed, like seed C, tends to play Merfolk,
Yeah,
which
maybe.
would be interesting.
It's a multi 5 by Ole. Oh, it's also
Oh,
blue
wow.
white. Okay.
Okay. Maybe we see some pattern here. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so
Okay.
what is Sam played?
Okay. So you said Ole is even down to 5 cards. Is that
Yep.
right? Yeah.
And no turn 2 play. And he's
Yeah.
played 3 lands on pass as well, so probably the Flock Imposter from his what we saw in his deck.
Yeah.
Um,
Sam with a Graveskill Scoundrel on 2, so not really pressuring that much. Just swinging for 1 point of damage each turn. So it's not too bad so far.
mhm.
Let's see if he has like a turn 3 play.
Well, he
Oh,
passed the turn, and Ole has played a 4th land and cast a Merfolk, which I think this is the one that taps when it taps makes a 1/1 fairy.
exactly. Yeah, it's called Pestered Wellguard.
Uh-huh. Yep.
So yeah, when it's gonna get tapped, you get a fairy. Surprisingly, not a Merfolk token, but it's a
Yes.
fairy token. Yeah,
Yes.
I mean it's a Merfolk by himself,
Yep.
but
And
yeah, you're
bit of an interesting attack here by Sam, attacking with his um scoundrel. 1/3 into a 3/2, and Ole has decided not to block, even though Sam tapped out.
yeah, but I think pre-combat he did play the Thought Weft Imbuer,
Ah, I see.
which means he's pumping his creature to a 2/4 on attacks. So it's a pretty safe attack there.
I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's why you're the expert.
Yeah. So
Yep. So just an attack here by the Welguard to make the fairy.
yeah, Ola is not doing too bad for a mulligan to 5
Yeah.
because Sam doesn't really have a favorable block here. I mean, at least to prevent Ole from generating fairy tokens.
Yep. And is that a weary farmer that Sam has cast? Or
Um, yeah, you're right. Yeah,
it's a pretty good one. Unfortunately, no follow-up creature to get the Surveil.
yeah. Okay, so Ole with a Disruptor of Currents, the one we have seen in the game before,
Hmm.
like the Manowar type of creature that can bounce a permanent.
Yeah, and he's chosen not to bounce anything, or is he still
I,
thinking
th-
about it?
I think he was targeting the Thought Weft Imbuer like for a second.
Makes sense.
So not sure if he's like reconsidering his choice.
Yeah, because the imbuer is gonna pump the scoundrel for 2 now, and it can be made unblockable. So that's 3 damage coming through per turn, which is quite dangerous, I think.
Exactly, yeah, and yeah, it's also the most expensive card on Sam's side. So he has to spend the most amount of mana to actually recast it.
Yeah, but if he does cast it, he gets the surveil from the Weary Farmer.
Oh, that's true, yeah. So actually, it also would have made sense, in my opinion, to bounce the very farmer, like you said, to prevent the surveil trigger.
Hmm. So yeah, an interesting board state.
Mm. I don't know if they are like helping teammates right now because
It's possible actually.
their own match is sort of on a freeze, and it
Yeah.
looks like maybe Sam is supporting his teammate on the other side, like maybe doing some play.
Yeah. I think
Uh,
Pascal is in the middle seat, if I'm not
y-
mistaken.
yeah, yeah, makes sense that Pascal, as a team captain, going for the middle seat. Um, yeah, I think the person that's best at multitasking should go for the middle seat because
Yes.
usually he gets asked quite a lot by player A or player C about like mulligan decisions and play decisions.
Yeah, I would agree.
Or maybe also the person with like the fastest, most beatdowny deck can play the middle seat, so he finishes his game first and can support the other two.
Yeah. Yeah. So it looks like they are, I don't know, are they clarifying something from the
Yes,
down
still not
draw?
sure. He's pointing at his cards, but I'm still not sure what happened with the disruptor of currents there. Maybe the ability is still on the stack.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, I think it's still on the stack. I think they're thinking about it. What's your favorite seat to be in when you're playing this team seal Eve?
Well, a good question. It always depends on which teammates I do have.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, when I'm clearly like the most experienced player of the team, I tend to play seat B, like
Hmm.
as a team captain.
Hmm.
But if I see someone is equally strong or maybe better at multitasking because I'm not the best at doing that,
Yeah, yeah,
then I prefer to be in seat A or C.
yeah,
Um, yeah, but yeah, I tend to switch quite often, like my seat preference.
yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, I would agree as well. When I first played my one and only team sealed event, I I was I was in seat A. And it was really nice to always look to our teammate in the middle and ask, hey, should I mulligan this hand? When I always have a tendency to keep in limited, and my captain always be like, please don't be stupid, just mulligan.
Yeah, exactly. That's also the role of the team captain to point at you when you're almost doing stupid decisions. Yeah. Um, Yeah, and sometimes depending on the limited format, you also have maybe one deck that is more complicated to play than the other decks. In this format, in my opinion, it's not the case, but if elves would be much more complicated than the other decks, you could also say like, okay, person in the middle seat, the captain, the most experienced one is playing the most complicated deck. That could
Hmm.
also be an approach that you can take.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like they're giving out the promo tokens for the event. Uh,
Oh, they look
s-
very nice.
yeah, they do look very nice actually. I think that's so. I think the playmat, one side of it is the aftermath analyst, looking at the Lotus field. Uh, stuff.
Oh,
Underneath.
okay.
Yeah, and the analyst is sitting underneath a forest, which I don't remember which artwork or edition of the forest it's referencing. Um, and then the other side, like on the other side of the playmat, which is the other side of this token, is a primeval titan. It's kind of
Oh, wow.
looking in the distance.
Okay.
Yeah, it's actually quite cool. The concept that was conceived.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The analyst is on the Shadowmoor part of Lorwyn, uh, which
Okay.
yeah.
I'm
Okay,
not really
so
sure what they are trying to figure out right now. Don't know. There might be some judge call as well.
yeah, so the head judge is being called, and there's a question about the triggers. Um, I'm not exactly sure what the question is. If I have to guess, it could be that, I don't know, if you pay. Oh no, maybe that doesn't work. Like, because when you tap the well guard for the convoke, you make the ferry, but you can't use that ferry immediately, right?
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, at least not to convoke the same spell.
Yep.
Um,
Yep. Um.
um, but I think he didn't Ole just attacked first with the 3-2 and then getting a token out of it, or
That was last turn,
that was last turn. Okay. So
and this this turn, I actually not sure whose turn it is, but I think it's Sam's turn, and I think he attacked with the scoundrel. Uh, and then, so I think what probably happened was Sam attacked with the scoundrel. There was a trigger on the scoundrel on the stack. Um, and then probably Ole flashed in the disruptor very quickly, and maybe some triggers were not resolved before he did it, or um, something like this. Um, so they're probably clearing up some kind of confusion there.
yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yeah,
Maybe.
because
Yeah.
if the thought wef imbuer trigger is still on the stack and he would bounce the creature like the imbuer in response, so it actually would grow one less power and toughness because it counts the amount of Kithkin in play while it resolves.
Yes. Yes,
Um,
exactly.
but yeah, like you said, maybe the issue is if the scoundrel trigger is still on the stack or not, and he can still choose to make his creature unblockable or not.
Hmm.
Maybe Ole was a bit too fast playing his creature.
Yeah, yeah. And uh, okay, we're getting some info now. It might be that uh so I think Sam may have had a little bit of a delay in announcing the trigger from the imbuer. Uh and then Ole
Okay,
flashed the creature in, probably assuming that, I don't know, there was a missed trigger somewhere, but
yeah,
yeah, they
it's
just cleared
hard
that up
for
now.
us in the booth to figure out if it's a missed trigger or not.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
look, I feel like when you're competing at this stage, you kind of just just let it happen, you know?
uh, yeah.
Um,
Um, I mean, yeah, there are actually. I mean, the imposter trigger is one trigger that's the imbuer trigger. That's one trigger happening for sure.
yes.
I mean, he could also miss that trigger, and the Grave Gill Scoundrel trigger. That's a trigger that's um, uh, yeah, that you can also miss or not wanna do. So
Yeah. Well, anyway, we'll let the judges resolve it.
Yeah, I mean it's quite important because Ole could go for a double block after if the scoundrel wouldn't be unblockable
Hmm.
and actually kill it in the process. Because
Yes, that's
if
true.
he bounces the imbuer, the scoundrel would just grow by 1 power, making him a 2/4 creature. And if he goes for the double block with the fairy token and the disruptor, that would actually kill the scoundrel in the process.
Yes.
So actually, that's quite an important situation right now. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It looks like the head judge is doing another call, and they're talking to the floor judge now. We might get an investigation at some point. Unclear what exactly is going on.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm also not that familiar with the ruling. If you can rewind it back to beginning of combat, or what you're gonna do in that situation. Yeah,
It's going to be quite difficult, right? Because now Sam already knows that Ole has the disruptor.
exactly. Yeah,
So he's gained some information. Uh,
yeah, that's true. Yeah,
yeah, I'm not sure.
but yeah, it's also important on, or it's interesting on Sam's side that we see. I mean, he doesn't have like a super focused Merfolk deck, because it looks like he's playing some sort of a split between Kithkin and Merfolk.
Yeah, exactly.
S-
But I mean, Weary Farmer and Thought of Imbue are just good cards in general, right? So I would imagine
Um,
you'd still play them.
yeah, really depending. I mean, the thought wave imbuer really needs a crucial amount of Kithkin. I mean,
Yes.
at least more than just one to really be good. Um, and Wary Farmer, I agree, is a decent card, but most of the time not my preferred 3 drop in a blue white deck, because with double white on 3 it's not too easy to play.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. All right. So while we allow the
Um,
judges to sort
so
that out,
yeah,
we're gonna switch over to I think this will be the middle seats. Oscar Christensen versus Pascal. Looks like Pascal's already up a game, and the action is coming in thick and fast.
okay, yeah, that's nice. Looks like Oscar is on black green elves and Pascal on some sort of a red green shell.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, Oscar Christensen might be the most accomplished player in the whole field, I could imagine. He has a Pro Tour top 8 to his belt.
Yep.
So, yeah, he's a well rounded, all over, very good player in limited as well as in constructed.
Yeah, but Pascal is no slouch either.
That's true. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like Pascal has played a Shimmerwell's Growth and an Island, so probably some kind of a Vivid strategy is what I would guess.
Yeah. I would guess the same. He has like all 3 colors he might need. And Oscar, he's stumbling on mana.
Hmm.
So he's not finding his third land.
What did Pascal just play?
Um, Pascal just went for a Hovel Hurler. That's that's like the white red giant card that we previewed, where you can remove a 1/1 counter to make a creature flying until the end of turn.
Hmm.
So actually, at the moment, right now, it's a 2/3 creature.
Yep.
So not really the best for 5 mana. Um, and Oscar, interestingly, attacking with his 2/2 creature into the 2/3 creature. So he was representing some sort of a combat trick.
It's a yeah, and that's a so I guess the Hovel Hurler got removed by an exile effect. Um, and there's a Foraging
Exactly.
Wickermore now.
Yeah. He used the Boxlitter's Embrace to actually remove the creature.
Hmm.
And Pascal, he just has like a 1/3 Surveil creature as his follow-up. So
Yeah,
not
but
too...
some argue this is the best common in the set.
Yeah, yeah. In the Vivid archetype, for sure, it's a very good one. Yeah. Um, and now Oscar finding his third land. He has a grip full of cards.
Yeah, and he also searched up the land from that creature whose name I've forgotten, right? Uh,
The changeling.
yeah,
Yeah, that's the changeling wayfinder where you can search up for a land. So he's for sure also hitting his fourth land because he
yeah.
searched up a forest.
And Pascal now using the Wickermaw to cast a Prisma Basher. Unfortunately, only pumping the Wickermaw by 1.
Yeah, you would prefer to have a board full of creatures when you play the Prisma Basher, so not too
Yeah,
strong in this spot.
yeah, but Colossal Dreadmaw still good.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, is that a
Oh wow, yeah, that's Oscar following it up with a nice rare, the High Perfect Morkant,
yeah the high
like
yeah
an elf tribe rare. When whenever you play the Morkant or another elf, you can actually the opponent chooses a creature on their side and blights one to that creature, actually giving it -1, -1, -1 permanently, which is a very strong card.
yeah promptly removed. Um,
Yeah, wisely removed. Yeah.
yeah.
So now Oscar, he's having his fifth land as well as his sixth land in hand. So thinking about his play.
Both on 11 life. The Prisma Basher is a 2-turn clock, and Oscar has no good blocks at the moment. So, but I'm sure he has some options in hand.
Yeah, exactly. The Prisma Basher of Pascal, he is pressuring Oscar quite a bit. Like you said, a 2-turn clock. So he needs to find an answer to that. Or at least presenting some more blockers to maybe go for a double or triple block on the Prisma Basher.
Hmm. What's he looking at?
I think he's looking at um, yeah, it might be a Pitiless Fist, which is like a creature aura that pumps your creature permanently +2/+2, and you can fight the creature when it comes into play. The aura,
Mm-hmm.
maybe, yeah, it looks like he's just fighting a small creature and growing his. Well, yeah, he's putting on pressure now on Pascal, hitting for 3. But still, Pascal is winning the race right now.
Why didn't? Uh,
Ar-
okay.
oh,
I
okay.
don't understand. Wait, so he played the Pitiless Fists. Why didn't Pascal block with the Prisma Basher?
Wasn't the Prisma Basher tapped from
Oh,
attacking?
it was tapped. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry.
but still, I'm surprised that Pascal didn't attack with the Prisma Basher. I'm wondering if the
Yeah.
life totals are correct. To be honest.
Well, it looks like Pascal's on 8 and Oscar's on 11. According to the tablet, not according to the screen.
Okay.
Um,
So yeah, maybe Pascal really does not have any action left in his hand. I mean, he just has one card left.
yeah,
So he was figuring out that he might not be able to finish Oscar in time, and he's going for a more slow route of play.
yeah. Okay.
So Oscar holding at least 2 more lands. What was the card that Oscar played last turn?
I I was thinking about that myself. I'm not sure.
It's okay. It looks like Oscar has another pitiless fists in his hand,
Yeah,
but not really having enough power on the board to kill the Prisma Basher. In the process.
yeah. Is that a second high perfect Morkan or
Yeah,
no?
maybe like a
Probably
foil
not.
or special art.
Okay, but uh I don't see him blighting.
Yeah.
I see. The tables were flipped. So Pascal was the one playing elves, and Oscar was on the teamer side.
Oh wow. Okay.
Right. Okay. And looks like what happened is that there was some added pressure, and then Oscar had no more cards and facing lethal and conceded.
Yeah, looks like a concession.
Yep. And Pascal takes the match.
So
So
Pascal wins 2 games to 0. Yeah.
yep, 1-0 for Switzerland, and we're gonna switch back to table one. Looks like the judge call is finished. They've been given 20 minutes of extra time. I don't know what the ruling was, or 18 minutes of extra time. I don't know what the ruling was, but we are gonna come back and find out. Oh wow, is that 2 disruptors on Ole's side? Okay, so it looks like the imbuer is now dead. Uh, the scoundrel is still in play.
Yes. Yeah. Two
Um,
disruptors. You're completely right. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. Some now playing a slumbering walker,
hmm,
um, which is quite nice. You can return at the beginning of your end step, removing a -1/-1 counter from him to return a 2-powered creature from your graveyard directly to the battlefield.
it's pretty good.
So actually, he could at the end of turn bringing back his Thoughtweft Imbuer.
Yeah, seems like a good idea. And then getting a Surveil trigger off the Weary Farmer as well.
Yeah. So they are still in game one. That's right. Yeah.
Yes, they are. So how do you assess this board state right now?
Um, well, let me check. Well, I mean, in my opinion, Sam Marty is clearly in the driver's seat because Ole doesn't really have any good attacks. Um, Sam has the 05 blocker as well as now a 3/6 walker right now, which means he's actually holding the ground quite well, and he has the scoundrel to push damage every turn if he wants to.
It's 4 Kifkins on Sam's side, right?
Exactly, it's 4 Kithkins, so he's pushing 5 damage every combat step,
Yeah.
which makes it a pretty fast clock, and Ole doesn't really can pressure by himself.
Yeah, and a Pested Wellguard now by Ole. And I think convoking for a Sky Swimmer? No, something else.
Oh yeah, he's convoking. Yeah, he's convoking an Omni Changeling,
Ah,
so he can copy any creature on the battlefield. So he chose to copy the Slumbering Walker on Sam Marty's side, and actually bringing back his Preacher at the end step with the trigger from the Slumbering Walker.
makes sense. Yep.
So, but still, even after this play, I
Uh,
see Sam sort of in the driver's seat.
yeah. Oh, the Slumbering Walker is not a Kifkin. So actually Sam only has 3 Kifkins. It's still a lot.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Slumbering Walker isn't Kithkin. Yeah, so it's. But I mean, Sam also really cannot attack too well, because when you want to make your scoundrel unblockable, you have to tap another creature.
Hmm.
So actually, if he does that, then he loses some defenses to prevent Ole from attacking.
Yeah.
But it looks like he still goes for the play, making the scoundrel unblockable by tapping the Silver Grill Peddler, which also then helps him getting a loot out of it
Yes.
and finding some more good cards.
Yeah, and that's the tuck spell that he's cast.
Yes, exactly. The Temporal Cleansing
Yep.
that he casts by convoking. Because he didn't have a blue mana left, so he tapped his creature to actually pay for blue for the convoke cost.
Yep. So 2-turn clock by Sam now with the Scoundrel. But Ole has quite a lot of power on board.
Yes. Ole down to 7, but let me try to figure out if he has. I don't see really too good of an attack on Ole's side regarding that board.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, these are fairy tokens, right?
Oh yes, that's true. Yes.
Yeah.
So
I thought these are Kitkin tokens, but yeah, for sure he can attack for 2 in the air. But still, Sam's clock is faster than Ole's right now.
yep. Yep. So it looks like Ole just needs to find an answer to the Scoundrel. Um, and then it should be okay.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but so far, I don't know. I think Ole is holding 1 card.
Yeah. Sam has 1 card as well.
So wondering what Ole's last card is.
Oh, Ole has
Ooh,
2 cards. Okay.
Ah, he has two guard. Yeah, you're right. Okay, he just played
Is that a command?
exactly. Yeah, that's the merfolk command, the sixth command. So he chooses. Okay, he went for the mode copying a merfolk and actually drawing a card.
Hmm.
So okay, and the
And
one
he,
card that he drew out of the redraw was a Luminal Hold.
yeah, pretty good.
Exactly, like you said, he needed the removal and he found it, but yeah, he didn't went for the Scoundrel to remove. Instead, he went for the Thought Weft Imbuer, if I got that right.
Well, the scoundrel is no longer on the battlefield. Uh,
Oh yeah, sorry. Oh no, okay. Actually, by copying it a Merfolk, he copied the Disruptor and bouncing the Scoundrel, if I
I
got that
see.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And then removing the Thoughtweft Imbuer with the Luminous Hold.
Yeah. So pretty good turn from Ole to stem the bleeding.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, now his two flying creature pressuring for 2 damage each turn is now the only real clock left here.
Yeah. Well, Sam can still recast the scoundrel. It's much less weaker now.
Exactly. I mean, now it's just swinging for
Or
1 damage per turn on some side with the Scoundrel.
yeah. And here's a convoke of.
Not too sure yet. Oh, yeah, that's a Lofty Dreams, actually giving one of your creature +2/+2 and flying permanently, which now presents a nice clock on some side.
Yeah.
Actually, the Walker now being a 6-powered flying creature, putting Ole down to 3 life. But I mean, Ole still has the two fairy tokens that help
Well,
him.
yeah, that's two chump blockers, I guess.
Exactly.
Um,
Yeah,
but now the scoundrel is presenting a 3-turn clock. Um, so there's still a problem for Ole to solve.
exactly. Actually, it's two different problems: the scoundrel and the flying walker. Yeah,
Yeah, and usually that sort of thing is backbreaking. I don't know if you've played chess, but like in chess, there's a principle called the principle of two weaknesses, and the idea is that if your opponent has two weaknesses, they cannot have the resources to cover both, and so they normally lose. But in Magic, depending on the cards you have, maybe you can cover all your weaknesses.
yeah. Well, I didn't know that about chess, but seems reasonable to me. And I think most of the time it also counts for Magic as well. If you were facing two problems at the same time, usually it's too hard to handle both of them.
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like attack by three disruptors
Yeah, I
from
mean,
Ole's side. Oh no, attacking
because
with yeah, and attacking with the fairy as well.
yeah,
One
because
disrupt.
Sam he decided to pump his walker and get in. Now Ole he has the chance to uh, to pressure the opponent by himself a little, and the
Mhm.
preacher actually gaining him 2 life in the process.
It's pretty good. Yep. And so Sam now down to 6. If he finds a removal for the fairy, I think it is over.
Exactly, yeah. A removal for the ferry or a way to pump his scoundrel would also seal the deal.
Yeah.
So we're gonna find out.
So we're in game 1. I don't expect any disenchant effects from Sam on the liminal hold.
Yeah, I mean the
Um,
one we did see before the Pyrrhic Strike, that's an
yes.
option that you could main deck for sure. It's a very good removal.
Yeah. And I guess Keep Out also removes an enchantment. But I was told that
Oh
is
yeah,
less,
that's
less
true.
of a
Yeah,
good card. Yeah.
yeah. So
Okay.
Sam considering his plays.
Tapping to convoke something. Two, four. Oh, he probably has the no, it's 5 mana, so he probably has some kind of Sky Swimmer or Unexpected Assistance. No, he doesn't. Yeah, it's probably double blue you need for that one. All right, so he's gone to combat, and Ole chumped with the 1/1,
Yes.
and that's a Sky Swimmer, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Did he miss a Surveil trigger? No, the Wave Farmer's dead. Okay. Okay, so the Sky Swimmer with the token represents 3 damage, with the Scoundrel as 4. So if he only has the 1 fairy this turn, Ole, he will go down to 1.
Exactly. Yeah.
But he's
Um,
attacked with the Preacher to gain 2 life,
I
I
mean,
think.
let's see. Some 2, 4. Sam has a total of 7 creature. I'm not too sure.
2,
Yeah, I
3.
mean, okay, yeah. It makes sense for Ole to gain some more life, but not really having another play.
Yeah. Well, the per Hicks strike is an instant. And we
Yes.
know it is in Ole's deck. But given that he chumped with the Merfolk, he probably doesn't have that in hand right now.
Yeah, but you're right. Yeah, in the previous game, one of the previous games, we saw it on Ole's side. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a Eclipsed Merfolk played by Sam, finding an island, casting a Silvergill Mentor, and presenting lethal, I think, next turn.
Yeah, Ole needs to find a solution for the board, actually for the flyer. Otherwise, we're gonna go to a game 2.
Is that Spiral into Solitude? I think the pacifism effect that he played. Um,
Um,
is that enough? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm not sure. Please do combat math, Eve.
yeah. um,
Yeah, I'm guessing it was lethal, and Sam attacked with the team, and Ollie decided to scoop it up.
yep.
Okay, so game 1 to Sam.
Okay. Now they are sideboarding for game 2.
Mhm.
So it looks like Pascal is assisting Sam.
Yeah. Yep. So word from the floor is that the match situation is 1-1. So Philippe probably lost his match as well. So they are playing for the match here.
Oh, wow. Okay. That makes it even more exciting, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean,
Okay.
yeah, it always adds some extra pressure when your teammates are watching your match as well.
Mm-hmm.
But it also helps. So it's more of a three-headed giant game at this
Yes.
stage. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Is that a one-lander by Sam? Yeah, exactly. He's shipping it. And Ole looks like he's keeping. Not sure what it is, but it looks like a. Or is he still thinking about it? I think he has a one-lander too. Or nope, I can see two lands,
Yeah, I think it's at least
but
two lands,
it's
right?
on the play, so he might be considering it. Oh no, he's kept it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think I see a plains and an island as well.
Yes, exactly.
Or yeah,
All right. Right. So the scoundrel is back,
yeah.
and that I believe is a Kirin Kirill.
So yeah,
And a Wonderbarn Preacher on Ole's side.
yes, that was the card we have seen before on Ole's side. The Kirill attentive first year, the one
Mm-hmm.
that can actually copy triggered abilities.
Yep. And a Peddler from Sam to um, activate the Scoundrel. So he gets a loot.
Yeah, the Kirill is always a scary card. Um, I mean, you can also, for example, copy the trigger of an enchantment like Luminous Hold.
Oh,
So
yes.
you
That's pretty
actually
good.
get double the triggered of a removal spell, which is very nice.
Yeah, it's your Eleshnorn build your own Eleshnorn.
Sort of, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Oh, that's a Reaping Willow.
that's a Reaping Willow. Yeah,
Pretty good.
yeah. I'm a bit
But
surprised. It looks
yes,
like Sam doesn't have the most focused deck, so it's a bit of Tree Folk, a bit of Merfolk, a bit of Kithkin.
I mean it's all fairly good cards. Both players missing double blue at
Exactly.
the
Yeah.
moment, though.
Yeah.
Um,
I think for Sam, I mean the the spell he just cast was a triple white spell, so
yes, that's also yeah. I'm not sure how
so
the mana base worked out. Uh, And
Okay.
so it's
Ole
convoked
going
in.
for the Omni Changeling.
Yep. And what did the Omni Changeling copy?
Uh, yeah, I wasn't too sure. Um, um, I'm not sure what is the middle card
Yeah, it's some kind of
underneath Kirill.
yeah, it's an alternate art promo which I cannot recognize for the life of me.
Maybe it's like a Merfolk Lord. I'm not sure. It's a deep channel duelist.
The Duelist.
Maybe he went for a copy of the duelist.
Yeah, you might be right. Yes. It is the alternate art version of it.
Of deep channel duelist. Yeah,
Yeah.
I
So
think he copied that one.
yeah. So it's
But
played a 5-mana Lord, but it does put a lot more power on board. So I would say the mana investment is a little bit justified here.
exactly, and he was able to convoke it out, so not too bad.
Hmm.
Spending like 5 mana in the process.
Yeah. Reaping Willow less good in this deck where you don't have a chance to blight yourself.
Exactly, and also less good with no creatures in the graveyard. Yeah.
Yeah. Also that. Yeah.
But
Um,
I mean, he can loot with a silver grill peddler, looting a creature in the graveyard and then bringing it back this way. That's an option he has.
that's true. Yeah. And I passed the Wellguard, followed by. Is that the? Well, I keep forgetting the name of that card, but it's the bounce spell thing, right?
Yeah, that's the one we have seen before. That's the Pestered Wellguard, which wakes 1/1 Ferris when
Hmm.
it's gonna get tapped. Oh wow! Now actually Ole going for a big play. He's playing actually a card called
Is that unexpected assistance or
no, it's called Harmonize Crescendo. You
ah?
choose a creature type, and then you can draw one card for each card that you own or have on the battlefield of that creature type.
Yeah.
So I would imagine he's going for Merfolk.
Yes.
So yeah, they are counting now the total amount of Merfolks.
Well, the answer is a lot.
Exactly. They even wanna copy with they even want to copy in the process the Pestered Wellguard triggered ability of creating
A
a
fairy.
fairy token, yeah,
Yep.
to
And
actually get
yeah, and gaining 2 life from the preacher as well. So
yes,
yeah, pretty good turn.
yeah.
So it looks like Sam has decided to scoop it up, and we're going to game 3.
Oh wow, okay, yeah. Maybe that was just too much to handle for Sam.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't know what was Sam on a mulligan to 6 that game. I think yeah.
Yeah, he did. Yes, but it's not too bad. I mean, Malta 6
No,
still fairly playable.
and I mean Ole he did mulligan to 5 in the first game, so I think. Um, yeah, they both went down some cards, and let's hope for a game on 7 cards for both of them for game 3.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not. Yeah, the Oles deck seems much more focused, in my opinion, than Sam's deck. Um, yeah, Sam he. Yeah, I think he really has some cards of different themes combining in one deck. Um, so I'm not too sure what's the main game plan of the deck actually.
Yeah. Probably just cast creatures, remove opponent's threats, and win.
Yeah, yeah.
um,
I I think now after I mean we have seen Pascal's deck, which looks like a black green elf deck.
yep,
So now Sam's deck in the blue white shell. So I could imagine that Felipe, the third player of the team, he might be playing some elemental or blue red based strategy or goblins.
yep, yeah, that makes sense.
And
Um,
yeah,
but
it also makes perfect sense if they were not capable of building a Kithkin deck, that Sam actually he runs some of the stronger Kithkin cards in his deck as well.
yeah, but if Felipe was playing the goblin stack, he would have gotten the Reaping Willow, I would think.
Oh, yeah,
So Ole is shipping his hand, and Sam is keeping 7. So probably elementals by Felipe, or
yeah.
Philippe as he likes to call himself.
Yeah.
Um, what's your opinion of the Merfolk deck in this format?
I like it quite a bit. I think, in my opinion, it might be uh, one of the stronger archetypes or tribes. I mean, I guess Elf, if it's open, might be the strongest, but I think a close second behind might be Merfolk, to be honest.
Hmm. Okay.
Um, but I mean, you want to have like the key cards that we have seen in the last game, like the Deep Channel Duelist, like the Merfolk Lord, which is really a centerpiece of the deck. And like might be one of the best commons is like Marrow Sky Swimmer, like the blue white Convoke flyer that brings a 1/1 Merfolk. And those also combine pretty well together.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
So actually,
Hey.
Sam leading off on a card we haven't seen before. It's a 2/1 flyer, but it's a fairy once again, Unwelcome Sprite. Okay, and
That's a Silvergill Mentor, and what is that white card?
yeah, that's actually the same card for the Kithkin deck. It's a Kinspale Aspirant. Actually, now, yeah, yeah, showing the the strange look of Sam's deck by playing like a Merfolk payoff and a Kithkin payoff at the same time. But now, actually, Sam is really in the driver's seat, swinging with all his creatures and even pumping his team,
Hmm.
thanks to the gallant Fall Knight, giving all his creature +1/+0 and all the Kithkin creature first strike in the process.
Yeah. And Ole looks like no turn 3 plays, and he's having to trade off his oh no, he does have a turn 3 play. So is that a Pyrrhic strike on the Foul Knight?
Yeah,
I would say.
exactly. Yeah, to
Yeah.
stamp the bleeding, but still, he already is down to 9 life, going up
Yeah.
to 11 now by playing the Luminous Hold.
Yeah.
But still, Sam is actually still
Still
ahead.
pressuring.
Like, yeah,
Yeah.
still pressuring, having 3 creatures on the battlefield to all as 0 creatures.
Missing double blue once again. So I think that's a Sky Swimmer.
Oh yeah, yeah,
But so that's putting two bodies on board. Um
yeah. I mean, it presents two nice blocks on the Kiskin and the Merfolk token, or a double block on the Peddler, but still, some might be able to swing with all the creatures depending on what he is holding in hand.
Yes.
I mean, if he holds a Kithkin, that would be pretty decent, because that would actually pump his his Kithkin
Well,
to a 3/2 creature until the end of turn.
any creature pumps it, right?
Uh,
It says
oh yeah,
whenever.
you're right. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. It's not even has to be a Kithkin creature. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So
but he does. Yeah.
it doesn't, but there's a Blossom Bind on the Sky Swimmer, and attack with the team, trading with a token, and then here is another
Oh yeah.
creature, and Ole on 4 life, your go.
Yeah, trading with the Kiss King and playing another creature. So it's once again 3 creatures to 0 creature that are capable of blocking.
Is that another liminal hold?
Yeah, I think I saw this. Yeah, and yeah, that's another liminal hold. Oh wow.
1 card left for Ole,
Yeah,
and
but still, Sam is, in my opinion, is quite far ahead, putting him
yes,
down to 3 life, getting a loot, maybe putting some more pressure on the board.
but Ole seems like he is 1 card away from stabilizing.
Yeah, it might need more than 1 card now that he's down to 3 life. So
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking more like a card like a Disruptor might be actually really good right now.
exactly, the
Yeah,
disruptor would be kind of the perfect card to stabilize the board.
yeah.
Okay, so he
Okay.
must be holding another very good card because he discarded the preacher.
Okay. 4 mana. Ah, Temporal Cleansing, is that? To get
Ah,
back his
on the
creature.
luminous hold, yeah.
Yep. So Ole needs 2 blockers or a Disruptor. And he's past the turn.
Ooh, could be a disruptor, yeah.
Alright, Sam's drawn an island. No good here. And I guess make them have it. Yep, it is a Disruptor. So now, do you attack? So if you attack, you get a loot. You can pitch away the island. You get 1 damage through, putting Ole down to 2. Ole has the
Yeah, I
liminal hold next
think
turn.
I wouldn't go for the attack here.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah, that's right. We know that, yeah.
So it's probably not good enough.
No, no, just pressuring 1 damage and losing the peddler in the process. I don't think that's a winning line.
Yeah. But he also chose not to recast the creature he bounced.
Yeah. Hmm.
That's a convoke for a Sky Swimmer? No, yeah, it is a Sky Swimmer. Yeah.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Okay. So that's now 5 creatures to Ollie's 2, and we know that Ollie has a liminal hold.
Yes.
So Ollie's at 5 life effectively.
Yes.
2, 3.
It's very close, actually.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
he may need to use the Luminous Hold for the 2/2 flyer. Otherwise, he's gonna die to it.
Yep. So I'm thinking if he wants to trade it, I would
Yeah,
think
but
he won't because, yep.
no, I think I wouldn't trade neither in this spot. Maybe his plan could also be to create 2 fairy tokens, one more in the next turn, actually, to be able to block the Sky Swimmer in the air.
Yeah, that's a good plan. So the
And
Liminal Hole gets um
yeah, he chose to remove the Mender's Guide
hmm,
and really planning on creating another fairy tokens in the next turn and being able to block the Sky Swimmer this way. Yeah.
yep. Is that his own Liminal Hold?
Oh, that would be a great draw.
Yeah. That's coming in for 4 blocked 1, so it's 2.
Oh, wow. That's nice because Ole has to jump block to stay alive.
Yep.
So he will not have 2 tokens to block the flyer the next turn. And even going down to, I think, 1 life. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Whoa, nice.
That's it. He scooped it up. So Sam takes the win and the match for Switzerland.
Yay.
Well done.
Well done, yeah.
Yeah. And because this was the one with the 20-minute judge call, we don't really have time to rest. We're going to start round 3 soon, but maybe we can take a short break. And then when we come back, we will present round 3 to you.
See you in a second.
And we are back, live reporting on events in Bologna, the inaugural European Magic Cup. We have just witnessed Team Switzerland going 2-0, defeating Team Denmark. Um, Quite an interesting match so far. And then we're about to start the final round of Team Limited. But before we continue, just a quick reminder that we are running the playmat giveaway right now for this entire weekend during our coverage. When you are on Twitch, you can enter to have a chance to win this beautiful, beautiful playmat that was designed by Alberto S. Ballesteros, who also is in Bologna this weekend. Just type in hashtag EMC space some kind of cheer for the team or the player that you are rooting for this weekend on Twitch. You can also win on Instagram, Facebook, or X, depending on what your preferred platform is, or all of them if you would like. Check out the EUL's pages in those respective socials for the rules to do so. All right, so it looks like we are about to start round 3. And Switzerland, who we just featured earlier, is going to be playing against Team Poland. And want to see here if we can get this up because we still have time. And this is the lineup that we have, not necessarily in this order, but the team we saw earlier, Sam, Pascal, and Philippe, facing up against Mikita, Bartosz, and Przemysław. I'm sorry, Eve.
Yeah,
Do you know how to? I'm not very good with Polish names. I'm so sorry,
me
guys.
neither, but it did sound quite good, to be honest. Yeah, I would say pre- Prejmila, yeah, something like this.
Przemysław. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. So both teams going well at the moment. In Team Sealed. Unfortunately, no deck list available right now, but we will see what is about to unfold. We know that Sam is playing a bit of a hybrid Kifkin Merfolk deck that is a bit tempo-y, but a bit can be aggressive at times as well. Pascal is playing a quite fairly tuned elf deck, and we don't know what Philippe is on at the moment.
Yeah, I'm wondering. Yeah, he might be on blue red elementals. Yeah, that's true.
He might be. Um,
Maybe we're gonna find out.
yes. Okay. So we're still waiting a little bit on that. In the meantime, Eve, do you have any cool stories to tell? Have you played much of this format? Any interesting accounts? Any weird interactions you can think of?
Well, not really sure about weird interactions, but one thing that's interesting when you keep on playing the format for a bit longer of a period, or you're in a more competitive draft pot, for example, then decks tend to get less focused than maybe when you play like on Arena on the ladder, where everyone always has a very focused elf or goblin deck. And we saw that a couple of weeks ago on the Pro Tour, when you have a very good competitive pot and you do in pot play, then decks tend to get a bit more like dizzy. Let's say like the deck we saw Sam Marty was playing, which is more of Kithkin slash Merfolk slash some other stuff deck. So yeah, my experience was that decks tend to be less focused once yeah, players know better what they should be doing in a draft table. So that's quite an interesting let's say, development of the format that I did experience.
Hmm. Yeah. And where would you where would you rate the set? In your personal opinion, uh,
Well,
would you flashback draft it at some point in the future? Do you think it's an all-timer?
wouldn't really go that far, to be honest. I would maybe compare it a bit to Bloomborough, which was the last very tribe-centric format that we did have. And for me, like, let's say on a scale from 1 to 10, I might would put like Bloomborough on a 5, and this one maybe on a 6 to 7. So it doesn't really have like, for me personally, the potential to be an all-timer, but I think it's still a decent draft format for the first 20 to 30 drafts. But yeah, maybe not on the level of one of the old timers, like maybe a set like Final Fantasy that we did had recently, which was a very deep, very good draft set. Maybe one or 1.5 steps below that.
Yeah, still pretty good on the 1 to 10 rating scale. Um, I'm sure a lot of us had a lot of fun experiences in this set as well. All right, so just as we are about to start, let us once again remind everybody what's going on this weekend. So we are playing 8 rounds of Swiss today, starting with 3 rounds of Team Seal, round 3, and the final round of Team Seal about to start fairly soon. And once that is done, players will put aside their limited decks and pick up their 60 card constructed decks and battle it out for 5 more rounds of Team Trios. And the format's Modern, Standard, and Pauper. And then once they're done, we'll cut to the top 8. And on Sunday, the top 8 will battle it out in a double elimination format. And the prizes up for grabs are, well, cash prizes, but awarded in vendor credits, totaling up to 20,000 euros. So a fairly hefty prize pool. So something to play for, even if you don't make the top 8. And Eve, if someone is watching today and new to the scene and trying to get to this stage, what do they have to do?
Exactly. The panel that you're seeing right now, that shows like the Unity League is built since 2026. So actually, you can play at your local game store in like a regular league style, district style, or premier style event. So one thing to say in advance. Speak to your local game store and tell them that they should join the Unity League. Actually, that's the way that you can start collecting points. And in the season of October 2025, all the way through September 2026, you can collect those points at your local game store or at other local game store in the whole country that are participating in the Unity League. And the top leaders of the leaderboard in their country point wise, they are qualified for their nationals, which is being held in the timeline between October and December 2026. And the best players in the nationals, they will qualify for the next European Magic Cup in 2027. That's the system.
Exactly. And for those of you who are already at work grinding and collecting points, we wish you all the best. We are going to move on over to our feature match right now. As we're about to start, I think the match is already underway. Let's see what we're going to have.
Okay, this time I think we get it right. We see Samuel Marty on Blue White Merfolks playing against Mikita on, it looks like, a Goblin deck. So that's the
Oh,
first
yeah,
Goblin deck we see today.
that is exciting.
Yeah. Yeah, one very exciting fact that I just did spot is that it looks like on Mikita's side we see a lasting tar fire, which is like an enchantment spell that I would say it's sort of a hidden goblin payoff, which means that every time that you put a counter on a creature you control, the enchantment deals 2 damage to the opponent, which means every time you blight on a creature you control, you're actually gonna deal 2 damage to your opponent.
Yeah, that's actually really good. The card name obviously call back to Tarfire,
Yes.
which is beautiful, beautiful card. Um, and we lost the footage for a while, but we're back. Here we go.
Okay. Okay, it looks like it's Mikita's turn. And he's figuring out if he may be able to attack here. Um, so both players are still on a quite healthy life total. Um, okay, and Nikita.
He's removing counters.
Yeah, exactly. He has a Brambleback Brute in play, which is like a 2/3 giant creature, or like, let's say, a 4/5 giant creature that comes into play with 2/1/1 counters. And you can remove one of these counters to make a creature unblockable until the end of turn. And also, as well, trigger the enchantment, the Tar Fire, to deal 2 damage in the process.
Hmm. Does that trigger the
Oh
enchantment?
no, sorry,
I thought,
sorry.
yeah,
I'm sorry. It's like when you put the counter on it, not removing. You're completely right.
yeah, okay,
I'm sorry. It's exactly the opposite. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. But it's okay. I think what he's trying to do, yeah, he's targeted something to not be blocked, and he's getting it in, and uh, Sam is double blocking.
Yeah. I think he's happily double blocking, and Mikita killing the Sky Swimmer. I think in the process, and
Yep,
going for the trade here.
and he's removed the counter from the black. Oh, he hasn't. Okay.
Yeah, but actually, he could remove a counter from the Auntie, the Higher Bloom Auntie, every time a creature dies on his side. So you said he didn't remove
Oh
one?
no, he did. Yes, he did.
He
Yes,
did. Okay, okay,
yes.
yeah, makes
And then
sense.
surveilled. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
And the second Sky Swimmer. Or no, he used the he reanimated the Sky Swimmer. I think it looks like.
Yeah, exactly. He played the card we have seen before on some side, which is the Slumbering Walker, where he can bring back a 2-powered creature from the graveyard. So actually, at the end step, bringing back the Sky Swimmer, which is a very nice turn on some side.
Yeah, and looks like he's destroyed the or exiled the Walker and blighted as well, so that triggers the Tarfire.
Yes, exactly. Now, yeah, this way around it works. Yeah, so
Yes.
now he's actually dealing the 2 damage. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's also nice, actually, to putting counters on the walker and then removing them to make creatures unblockable. So it's a nice way to put -1/-1 counters on your walker.
Yeah, very good synergy going
Yes,
on. And that the removal spell, I believe,
and
was
yeah,
the
on the
Box Lid
brute,
Embrace. Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
So it's
So
now Sam's turn.
yeah, so I think he attacked with the Sky Swimmer and then Blossom Bind uh the Brute.
Yes. I mean, the Sky Swimmer is like a safe 2 damage attack every turn
Yep.
because Nikita doesn't really have like flying defenses.
Okay, just land go by Mikita. So I think he's in combat right now, Sam, and he's attacking with this. Yeah, he's attacking with the Scoundrel and the Sky Swimmer, and he's tapping the Sky Swimmer to the Scoundrel to push the damage through.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. That's a perfect way how it works. So you're still dealing the damage with the Sky Swimmer, but also being able to tap it for the Scoundrel. Yeah.
Yep, and no plays from both sides for 2 consecutive turns. Not even a land drop.
Yes. But actually, that's favoring Sam quite a bit because he has the pressure going on. And it looks like they are both holding just lands. Maybe Sam drew something here. Oh, not really, no.
Okay.
Okay. That's a sizzling changeling on Mikita's side. I mean, he can start swinging with the changeling maybe next turn.
Just to get the trigger?
Maybe just to get a trigger if Sam wants to trade or to push 3 damage. But I think because Sam is in the driver's seat, Mikita has to make some play, and I would start attacking with the changeling to pressure Sam some.
Yeah.
So Sam doing the same play once again.
And the follow-up creature is...
Yeah, that's a 2/1 flyer, which actually increases the flying clock on some side.
Yeah. So it's now a 2-turn clock.
Exactly, yeah.
So Mikita has to find something now.
I think now Mikita even is in a spot where he may not be able to attack with his changeling because he has to be very careful to not die on the backswing.
But if he doesn't, he's dead anyway. In 2
Yeah, I
turns,
mean,
not immediately.
exactly. He has one
Yeah.
more turn, but I don't know if, yeah, if there is one single card that can get him out of this position because he's facing like three creatures that he is not able to block right now.
Yeah, looks like he's going for it, but yeah, exactly. Sam can just not block, he can just take the 3.
Exactly. That's also what I would do in this spot, because if he blocks, Mikita might find a solution for the flyers.
Yep. So it looks like Sam is doing something pre-combat. Okay, he's cast the Merfolk. And temporal cleansing, I think.
Oh wow, yeah, that. Yeah, exactly. That was the temporal cleansing together with the tributary Volter, which
Yes.
even pumps one of his flyers, an additional 2 damage.
And that is
And
lethal.
this is lethal. It's exactly 7 damage.
And
Yeah.
yeah, this is, I mean, attacking with the team is even more than lethal, but
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, yeah. But even just the flyers and the scoundrel would have been enough. Those three together.
yes. So Mikita has cards in hand and he's holding priority before going to combat. I think he's thinking about something. But surely if he has like a removal spell, you just let your opponent attack. Yeah, okay, so he scoops it up. And
Yes.
game 1 to Sam.
Wow, that was a nice one. Yeah. I
Hmm.
think that's how Samstack is supposed to work. Exactly this way, like a blue-white tempo-ish deck with some evasive flyers. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. What would you say the Goblin deck is like? Is that more of an aggro deck or a mid-range deck?
Um, I think because the goblin creatures they are so small, usually it's more of a mid-rangey deck, and you really need some haymakers in higher rarities usually to close out with goblins. Um, yeah, maybe that's the reason why sometimes it's not considered to be one of the best archetypes. But if you have a card like Boggart Mischief, which is the enchantment that we previewed, which says like every time that the goblin creature dies on your side, your opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. And this type of card helps you actually winning races and longer games.
Hmm.
But I think Goblin typically is not the fastest deck. It's more like on the mid-rangey side.
Yeah. Okay. So this would mean then that in this matchup, Sam is the beatdown.
Um, I think so. I mean, Merfolk can have beatdown draws, but like you said before, it's more of a tempo deck. But I still think Sam is more of a beatdown player, and Mikita tries to stabilize the board and then win through like chaining blight counters together and doing some combo stuff this way.
Yeah. Yeah, that all makes complete sense.
But yeah, one point like the lasting tar fire that we saw, the card that deals 2 damage to the opponent every time you blight. Um, in my opinion, that card or that type of a card is more of a beatdownish card or like more of an aggressive card. So maybe they build Nikita's deck in a way that it's more like trying to beat down. Yeah, that could be the
Mm,
case.
yeah,
Because if you're more controlling, maybe you wouldn't play the Lusting Tarfire, in my opinion.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't know whether you remember this card. Ravnikar Allegiance, Ill-Gotten Inheritance, I think. It's a 3 and a black for an enchantment, and it says, I think at the beginning of your upkeep, you drain your opponent for a 1 or something like this.
Oh yeah, and you gain 1 life in the process. Is that
Yeah,
possible?
yeah, yeah. And I think there was a bit of oh yeah, and then you can pay 5 and a black to sack it to deal 4 damage to opponent, and you gain 4 life.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think there was a bit of a misconception when I first started drafting that deck, that people thought that that was a card for a more controlling deck. But then the more I played it, the more I realized that that's a card for more aggro decks, where this is your top end and you kind of put extra pressure on your opponent. And I guess Lasting Tarfire is kind of the same thing.
Yeah, that's a good comparison, but I think the Tarfire is even more beatdown focused of a card because you're not gonna gain the life. So actually, it doesn't really help you to prolong the game. This kind of card, so it's even more focused on just damage or just making your opponent lose life while not gaining any life. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, makes sense. I mean, I'd rather choose to deal 2 to my opponent each turn than to drain for one. I guess.
Exactly. If you are that focused of a beatdown deck, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So it looks like game two is underway. They've both kept 7. Um, there is a Silvergill
Yes.
Mentor on Sam's side, and then
Silver
Mikita's
Grill
cast.
Mentor. Yeah.
Yeah, and Mikita's cast Eclipsed, whatever the Goblin one is, and
Yeah.
chosen
The
Chain King
Eclipse
Wayfinder.
Boggart. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That might be one of the best 3 drops for a Goblin deck. So that's a nice payoff for the deck for sure.
Hmm.
And he decided to put like a changeling card in his hand, which is the roof top percher, which is a 3/3 flying changeling. When it enters, you can exile 2 cards and gain 3 life in the process.
Yeah. Also, notably, I guess the very important card in this matchup because it's a 3/3 flyer, which blocks stuff like the Sky Swimmer.
Exactly. I think it's really the perfect card for the matchup. It can block flyer while gaining life and stamping the bleeding of the maybe a bit faster Merfolk deck. Yeah.
Yeah. And the slight graveyard hate is also kind of not nothing, given that Sam has the 4/7 in his
Ah,
deck.
the Walker. Yeah, you're
Yeah, the
right.
Walker. Yeah.
Yeah, that helps by removing creatures. Yeah, you're completely right. Yeah. So Mikita is following up with a changeling,
Oh, with the sizzling.
the sizzling changeling
Yeah.
that we saw the game before.
And Sam's just going white here.
Yeah, I mean that's nice. He's actually gaining 2 life in the process and even pumping his Merfolk.
Yeah. So Mikita has a window now to cast the Percher to blank the Sky Swimmer, or what does he have in his hand? Is that the auntie's sentence? I think.
Ooh, I
Uh,
think I spotted the champion of the weird, which is
oh,
like the goblin champion.
that's the
I
good
don't know.
one.
Yeah,
That's
that's a
a
really
good
good
one.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can blight 2 on one of your creatures, and in the meantime, the opponent has to blight 2 on one of their creatures. But actually, because Sam has a bunch of Merfolk tokens, it's not hurting him too much. He can just blight 2 on a 1/1 token.
Yeah.
So maybe
And
that's the reason why Mikita went for a different play there.
yeah. It's actually quite funny because we know that there's a Reaping Willow in Sam's deck. So the champion of the weird might be helping him as well.
Yeah, that's true.
But still, I wouldn't mind a 4-mana 5/5.
No, no. So let's see. Mikita goes for the attack, actually putting Sam down to 19.
Yep. And that's a Box Slitter's Embrace on the Preacher, I think. Is that the Preacher? No, not the Preacher. He's exiled.
Okay, yeah, he decided for the encumbered jewelry, the one that's growing every time it's gonna get tapped. So maybe
Yeah.
figuring out that that's more of a problem, this one, than the 2 damage coming in each turn.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, some he's not hitting land drops, so he's still on 3 lands, just
Mhm.
playing the peddler.
Yeah, and I think Mikita is about to cast the Percher or not.
Yeah, I mean that's
Or
the perfect card to stabilize this board right now.
yes, but I don't think he needs to do it yet.
I agree. Yeah, I mean he's just taking the 2 in the air right now, so there is no rush really for the percher.
Yeah, he's decided to do something else. Looks like he's exiled the top 3. Yeah, we seem to be in the middle of kind of like a board stall at the moment. And Mikita is gonna Blight Rot on the Peddler.
On the peddler, yeah.
And Box Litter's Embrace. I guess you're gonna exile the Sky Swimmer. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's good. The Rooftop Percher is still in hand, so Mikita is in a really good spot, I would say.
I would agree. Yeah, it really looks like this game favors Mikita quite a bit. He has the
Mhm.
percher, and if I spotted it correctly, he still has the champion as
Yes.
well in his hand.
Yep.
And if some sport gets smaller, the champion actually gets much better because then blighting 2 on an opponent's creature hurts them much more.
Well, all of his creatures at the moment are 2/1s or 1/1s except for the Preacher.
Yes,
And is that what did he just cast there? Is that a Moonlit Lamenter? Is the one that can draw a card, right?
exactly. You can remove a blight counter from it. It enters with 1 blight counter, and then you can draw a card in the process. Yeah.
And here is the Percher. So all the creatures in Sam's graveyard are now exiled.
Yes, which means if he top decks a Slumbering Walker, I mean, he doesn't have the mana to cast it as well, but it also wouldn't be uh, any good right now.
Yeah. So Eclipsed Merfolk thing. Chosen a planes from it as the land drop for the turn and draws a card. Draws a card from the Lamenter and passes. Okay, so actually Mikita is now the one with the flyer
Exactly.
and attacking for 3.
He can attack for 3 each turn while not really taking any damage on the ground, meanwhile. Ooh, I think I even spotted that Spine Rock Tyrant in
Mm.
Nikita's hand, which is like a 5 mana 6/6 Wither flying creature. if I saw that correctly.
Yeah, and he's gone
But
for the champion right now, I think.
yeah, still holding the flyer in hand and going for the double play with the champion, which is also pretty strong. So I think Mikita is very far ahead in this game.
Yes. Yes, Spine Rock Tyrant. Pretty
Exactly. Yeah.
powerful bomb in any red deck.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's for sure. Yeah. Any deck that maybe has some removal as well to copy them. But I mean, even a 6/6 wither flying creature for 5 mana already is bombish level of a card.
Yep. So he's activating the champion, I think. I not
Yes.
exactly sure why, because it allows the Lamenter to draw more cards, but I guess the upside from his side is better.
Yeah, he is getting the trigger of the Sizzling Changeling as well, and now play the land out of it.
Hmm.
And he also gets the Surveil out of his Goblin
Yeah,
of the Hairbloom Auntie, which is also nice.
yeah. That's pretty good. And he's blighting again.
I mean, now he has some sort of an engine with the Hairbloom Auntie, which
Yes.
removes -1/-1 counter when a creature dies. And he can blight onto that creature and then removing counters again.
Yeah, and the Moonlit Lamenter is on 4 counters now, so Sam cannot put another counter, otherwise it will die.
Yes.
But now 6 mana, draw 3.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. I mean, yeah. If Sam has the time to do so, that's a pretty nice draw engine for sure. Yeah.
Not sure what is in Sam's hand at the moment. But Mikita has 2 cards.
Yes. Yeah, I think Mikita are really holding the dragon, and I don't know what's the other card.
Yep.
And Sam, yeah, we cannot really see what he's holding.
Yeah, and I think Mikita surveilled the card to the top as well before passing.
Ah, okay, so he's gonna have some more action.
Yep. So he's drawn a card.
Yes. He could draw
Makes.
some more if he wants to.
Yep. He found. What did he find?
He found a scoundrel and a percher. Is that correct? Yeah.
Possibly. None of those. Well, a preacher answers
Yeah,
preacher.
yeah, preacher,
A preacher. Okay.
preacher. Yeah.
Yeah.
But still, he doesn't really have an answer for Mikita's flyer.
Yep. Is it coming down? Oh, here we go.
Oh, yeah. Now the clock is real.
And now he realizes he's in big trouble.
Yes. I mean, yeah, that's a 2-turn clock right away.
Potentially more. Well, yeah. So it's 9 damage in the air next turn.
Yes.
So he could possibly be dead next turn.
Yeah. I mean, still, Sam has a couple more redraws with the tree fork,
Yeah.
but he needs to find an answer very soon.
Liminal
And I
Fall
mean,
Rotation.
with the preacher and the scoundrel, Sam can get 2 life in the process while attacking, but it really doesn't change the clock at all.
Yeah, and that's a Spiral into Solitude on the Spinerock Tyrant, immediately exiling it.
Yeah, that's a nice one. Yeah.
Yep. And that's an attack with the Scoundrel for 1 damage, I believe. And
So
gaining
actually,
2 as well, tapping the Preacher.
yeah, actually now it's not too bad anymore because actually in the process he's losing just 1 life per turn.
Yes. He's still losing the race though.
Yeah, but I think with the draw engine of his tree fork, he has a decent chance of actually of drawing out of this situation.
Yeah. And crucially, the Spiral exiling the Spinerock Tyrant does not trigger the Heirloom Anti.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah,
that
good
did not
point.
go to
Yeah.
Surveil.
Ooh, that's another flyer on Mikita's side.
Yeah.
This is called the Dream Sizer. You can blind one on one of your creatures, and then your opponent has to discard a card. Not sure how many cards Sam is holding right now. If it's just 1 card. Ah, he decided to. Did he decided to not blight?
Yeah, I don't think he activated the champion last turn.
Ah, okay. No, I mean when he played the Dream Sizer.
Oh, the Dream Caesar. Yeah,
Caesar.
I think he didn't blight. No. It's
Okay.
because Sam drew a lot of cards last turn. I don't know how many cards he has, but like I think he had a full grip.
Ah, okay.
Or
So yeah, then
yeah,
it doesn't make sense to discard just 1 random card. Yeah.
yeah, which should probably be a land anyway.
Exactly. Yeah. So desperately looking for an answer, Sam. Oh, he found a flyer. Oh, he found 2 flyers in the process.
Hmm.
So actually, he looks kind of stable right now, Sam. Not
Yeah,
really sure. Is the champion, does it have -1/-1 counters on it?
doesn't look like it. No.
Okay, yeah.
What you're thinking?
No, I just wasn't sure if he blighted on his own champion in the past, but it doesn't look like this.
No. Yeah.
So actually now he can use the champion's ability and sacrificing the goblin that he just drew, the Bile Vial Boggart. And this one distributes a -1/-1 counter when it dies. So he can actually shrink down Sam's flyer to maybe find an attack then.
Yeah. That's that's possible, but then what you're also doing is you're giving an extra card to Sam with the Lamenter.
That's true. Every time you do this, you give Sam the extra card. So yeah, that's maybe not worth it because even if he kills the 2/1 flyer on Sam's side, he doesn't really have any good attacks.
Yeah, and now it's getting even worse because Sam has just found a Reaping Willow. So
Oh
the
yeah.
champion is really invalidated here.
Exactly. Yeah, I think
Uh,
Sam turned the corner there,
I think
or
so
is
too.
about to turn the corner. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, Sam is also gaining 2 life every turn
The Scoundrel and the Preacher. Yeah.
with his own preacher.
I'm not sure what a win from Mikita looks like right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't know their deck fully, so we don't know what there is left in Mikita's deck.
Yeah.
But right now, for me, I don't know really one single card that can actually help him out of this situation right now. I think, yeah, maybe a start would be like drawing some removal spell, but yeah, even that.
Yeah, you can Box Slitter's Embrace. I don't know how many. I think he's cast 2 of it this game, but you
Yeah,
need to remove the Willow and then the Lamenter, and then you can start blighting to kill your opponent's creatures. And then I don't know what card he has or what is in his sealed pool, but like a Bloodline Bidding would be quite good.
yeah, yeah, for sure.
It's
Yeah,
a magical Christmas land, I guess.
yeah.
Looking for
But
this,
also,
but
every time he uses the Champion of the Weird to use it, you have to pay 1 life. So he cannot do that any infinite amount of time. He has to be careful,
that's
even.
true. Yeah. That's a lasting Tarfire, right?
Yes, it
Which
looks like.
it's still not good because Sam is gaining 2 life per turn.
Exactly, because Sam is on so much life right now. It's not really doing a whole lot, to be honest.
Yeah, and I think the rest of the cards in Mikita's hands are mountains. Or at least I saw 1 mountain. Right, so he's getting a Surveil. Surveilled it to the top.
Okay, that's interesting.
And he's going to activate the champion once again to sack the Boggart and put a -1 counter on.
I
Yeah,
think that.
he's targeting the Scoundrel now. So that neutralizes the Scoundrel. And that's going to trigger the Tarfire because Tarfire says put a counter on a creature. It doesn't say
Oh
your
yeah, yeah,
creature.
yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So there's 4 counters on the Willow, 4 counters on the Lamenter. it's, it's getting a little bit out of hand.
Yeah, I'm really wondering if his plan is actually burning out some in the process, but I don't know if
but
that's.
but he can't do that
Yeah,
because
exactly. Yeah, it's not really working.
yeah, and there's a temporal cleansing on the Caesar, I think. Or what is he doing? Yeah, he's targeting the Caesar. He goes second to top. Why has he done that?
I'm also not sure, to be honest, because I don't know if he was maybe afraid of like a removal spell on one of his flyers and then getting pressured by the other flyers. But
But he's on 17 life.
yeah, exactly.
Okay, and then
Yeah,
the second cleansing on the Percher as well. So that kind of makes sense now because that clears the way for his flyers to attack.
yeah, that's right. So he can
And
push like another 5 damage with his flyers.
yeah,
And yeah, I mean, Mikita is already down to a very low amount of life.
yeah. Looks like he's attacking with the team? No. I think probably just attack with the flyers, right?
Yeah, pushing another 5 damage in the process.
No, he's attacking with
Oh,
everything except the engine creatures. Yeah, I guess you can use the Willow to reanimate whatever 2 drops
oh yeah,
gets
yeah,
killed.
that's true. Yeah. Yeah, so looking at this, it looks like it's a pretty safe attack on some side this way.
Yeah. So you can reanimate 2 creatures.
And I don't know if there is a way out for Mikita, to be honest. Yeah,
Yep, indeed.
because he even put the flyer on top again, second from top, the Caesar.
Yeah. Okay. So go to damage. Um oh, he topped the auntie's sentence, I think. So he surveilled that to the graveyard. So the next draw is the rooftop percher,
Okay, yeah,
which will exile some of the creatures. So Sam must reanimate the creatures now.
yeah. But I don't think it's enough on Mikita's side, to be honest. Yeah,
I don't think so too, yeah. So Mikita's on 2 now. And the percher isn't going to save him.
no, no.
So Silvergill's gonna make another 1/1 and reanimate the Weary Farmer. Or okay, this one immediately draws a card, so that's better. And he's found. Is that a liminal hold? Oh, he missed. Okay, cool,
Oh
perfect.
wow.
I guess that's what you get for playing a hybrid Kivkin Merfolk deck.
Exactly. Yeah, that could happen.
Yeah.
Even though you have also all the lands that are actually hits.
Yeah. But what does he have now? Like 11 lands in play and 1 island in the graveyard. So I guess that not necessarily going to be hitting lands. Okay, so Percher cast by Mikita, up to 4 life. And it's 1, 2, 3 creatures. So 3 blockers by Mikita.
I think he's just dead, right?
I think so too. Yeah.
I mean, 3 blockers going up to 5 life. Yeah, I think he's just facing lethal here. Yeah.
So yeah, he's gonna remove the counters from the Lamenter, draw all the cards, and then attack.
Yeah.
Or do that first, yes. Yeah. And that is the concession.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I think that game was also played very nice by Sam.
Yep.
yeah, he was missing land drops at the beginning, but then I think also his Moonlight Lamenter, the tree folk, that kind of helped him getting out of the situation.
That's true. I mean, the real hero here is the champion of the weird.
Exactly, on both sides. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because I don't think Sam Stack has the ability to blight. So
No, no.
in reality, the Lamenter is just like draw one card. Um, so
Exactly, yeah. And
yeah,
this way around, he could put all the blind counters on it, removing them, redrawing cards, which was actually the perfect answer for the champion on Mikita's side.
yeah, yeah. All right. Well, strong showing by Sam. Uh, playing his blue-white kind of tempo-y deck.
Yes.
Um,
I don't know, is this already the win for the whole team, or are the others still battling it out?
I'm not sure, but if you look at the screen, I don't think there's any movement at all from table B, seat B.
Okay,
Okay, so
so
maybe we can have a switch at some point to look at the other seats.
yes.
Well, we're coming to the end of the limited portion of this tournament, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Um, but it has
but
been a blast. Um,
absolutely, it has been a big blast, and all the people liking 60 card formats. Yeah, they're gonna have a chance to see the people battling it in constructed very soon.
yeah, yeah. All right. So I think what we'll do right now is just a quick break, and then we'll come back to watch the last deciding game.
Perfect. See you
All right.
soon.
See you soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back once again to EMC 2026. We have just watched Seat A in round 3 of Team Sealed Lorwyn Eclipse, where Sam Marty took it down once again for Team Switzerland. We are just getting set up and ready to watch the final match in this round. But before we continue, we would like to remind viewers once again this sick playmat that has been designed specifically for this event, limited edition. If you like the look of this playmat and you would like to get your hands on one, you can. If you're watching on Twitch, just type in chat hashtag EMC space some kind of cheer. So for your favorite team or for your favorite player, and you will be entered in the prize draw to win this playmat. And this is lasting throughout the weekend as we are covering this event. If you are watching on YouTube or if you want more entries, you can also check out the 3 other platforms: Instagram, Facebook, and X. Check out the EUL socials for whatever the rules are going to be in that platform as well. Good luck to everybody who is participating. And just to remind everybody what's going on once again, we are in our third and final round of Lorwyn Eclipse Team Sealed, where players have received 12 boosters of Lorwyn Eclipse and built 3 different decks. Following this round, they are going to put aside their limited decks and pick up their 60-card constructed decks for 5 more rounds of Swiss. And then once that is done, we will cut to the top 8, and the 8 teams will battle out on Sunday for the trophy in a double elimination format, and that is also 60 card constructed formats. Okay, and if you are watching and you are interested in getting into the action, Eve, talk us through how players can get involved.
Yes, this is how the Unity League actually works. So tell your local game store that they should participate in the Unity League, that you can actually gather points and be part of this very, very nice league. You can tell your local game store that they should run regular league, district, or premier events, and you can gather points in those events. And those points actually help you to qualify for your national. So throughout from October 25 to September 26, you can gather points in local game store in your whole country. And actually the top leaders of the leaderboard gathering points, as well as some people getting direct invites to the nationals. They will all be invited to the national in your country being held from October to December 2026. And actually the top performers at this national, they are being qualified for the European Magic Cup in 2027. So if you want to be one of the next player participating in this very unique and very nice European Magic Cup, start collecting points, right now.
Yeah, exactly. And to those who have qualified or those who are trying to qualify, good luck to everybody and all the very, very best. All right. We have received some info. Unfortunately, the third game has already finished, and unfortunately, Felipe has lost that. So I don't know what the match situation is, but it sounds like Team Switzerland did lose to Poland in the end. Which means that we're done for the limited portion. And so we are going to switch over to constructed soon. But this also means, I guess, Eve, that you are saying goodbye to us. Thank you so much for the coverage. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you for having me in the booth, Sean. It was a pleasure commentating with you together, and yeah, wishing the whole team and all the players watching all the best for the upcoming rounds, and good luck to all the teams battling it out.
Yeah, good luck, and thank you so much. See you soon.
See you soon. Bye.
Okay. And with that, we will take a short break, and when we come back, we will transition over to the constructed portion. Be right back. And we are back, and we are joined this time by Skura, who is going to be our expert for the constructed portion. Welcome, Skura, and welcome once again to all of you watching us. And it is the inaugural European Magic Cup 2026. We are live on Twitch and YouTube, reporting on events happening in Bologna this weekend. We are switching over from the limited portion to the constructed portion once again. And this time we are not only featuring one format, there are going to be three formats on display: modern, standard, and pauper. Unfortunately, we won't be able to focus on all three matches going on at one time. So we're going to have to be switching our brains a little bit, depending on the card pools and the formats that are going to be available. Skura, how are you doing? Are you excited?
I am. I am very much. I really want to see the teams battling out, especially as I know a proper number of players taking part in this tournament. And personally, I've got a little bit of bias towards the pauper seats. I'm really curious what players have cooked up. But also the full composition, like how players approached exploring these formats, especially as not every player has played every format, but sometimes they just had to adapt. Because let's say they had a modern and standard specialist, well, someone had to take up pauper, right? And they had to learn from ground up. Or the same could apply to standard or modern. So I'm really curious what the makeups of the full teams are. And just can't wait.
Yeah, exactly. And we will have info for you guys very soon about the metagame breakdown. But before we do that, let us once again remind you guys what is happening this weekend. So 5 more rounds of Swiss of Modern, Standard, and Pauper, followed by a Sunday double elimination top 8. Here are the prizes that these teams are fighting out for. 5,100 euros for first place, 3,000 euros for second place, 2,100 if you make the semifinals, 1,200 if you make the quarterfinals, and if you don't make the top 8 but you finish 9 to 12, you get still 750 euros, totaling up to a prize pool of about 20,000 euros. So quite hefty prizes, quite a lot to play for this weekend. And once again, we would like to plug our official playmat giveaway. This is a limited edition playmat. And if you like the look of this, comment hashtag EMC space a call out or a cheer to your favorite team or player on Twitch chat. And you can also check out Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, or X, formerly Twitter, for the rules for winning a playmat on those platforms. And all of this is lasting throughout this entire weekend as we cover the EMC. All right, Skura, let's talk about these 3 constructed formats, because there is a lot here to talk about. Tell us a bit about Modern.
Right, so in Modern, I do expect the kind of usual mainstays to be pretty popular. Boros Energy is one of the big aggro mid-range decks that has been on and off in the format, but like it never really escaped being tier 1. So that's one. Also a affinity type of shell, which could be definitely around Urza Saga and Kappa Cannoneer, but it could also be with some small twists with, for example, Armored Ravager, for example. So some affinity style decks. Linear strategies like Storm, like Amulet Titan, which have always been present in the entire Modern format. But more so, I'm interested in those one-off decks that people have picked because maybe they've played them for a long time, right? Like your Yawgmoths, for example, of the world, or my favorite, Jeska Ascendancy or Song of Creation type of decks, So I'm curious what the proportion of like really strong tier 1, tier 2 decks is to the classic other category.
Yeah, exactly. And I will tell you, Skura, right now that if we ever have the chance to see it, I have seen some Yawgmoth and some Ascendancy decks being submitted. So
very nice.
If we get them in the feature match, we will definitely take a look at them.
Very nice.
All right. What about Standard?
Right, Standard has been changing pretty dynamically. If you actually take like the span of, if I'm not mistaken, World Championships, and then the Spotlights, and then the recent PT, like they were like the top decks kept changing, because at first it was like, okay, another Izzet dominated format, boo, boring, right? And then it's like, okay, maybe actually it's Simic dominated format, boo, boring, I guess. But then, well, not really, because we had different decks rise to prominence. You've got the landfall strategies, and then we had reanimator strategies come to light, then elementals. So at which point now it looks very dissimilar to what we saw at the championships, where we thought the format would be just completely doomed with Izzet being 50% of the meta. And just couldn't be further from the truth.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a format that's dynamically changing in Standard is exactly what we want. And finally, a quick word on Pauper, because we've heard that the feature match is about to begin. So
yeah, Pauper. I think Pauper is the biggest wild card, because Pauper is not very popular among people who participate in organized play. So I think this is the biggest proportion of people who had to take up the format kind of, out of thin air. And this is where I'm curious where players land, purely because of that.
Yeah, exactly. And we're about to find out. We're going to be following Team Italy versus Team Sweden.
And it is Pauper. Very nice.
Okay, great. Let's see what's going to happen. And you're going to have to help me, Skura, because I have not caught up on Pauper. The last time I played was probably about a year ago, and I played a mono blue tempo shell with Tolarian Terror and the Serpent.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we're seeing on the top side of the table.
Oh, exactly. Perfect. Yes. Amazing.
Yes. So, Mono Blue Terra versus Red Rally. Now, in Pauper, we've got, let's say, two main blue decks, which is Terror and Fairies. And we've got around three-ish main red decks, which is Rally, Red Madness, and Red Black Madness. Now, what we care about here is the fact that Rally is very creature-based. It wants to get into combat. And now we see the best opening, which is, we say, Goblin Guide, right? So artifact into a Tomb Raider. But the hand must have been kept on the strength of that Goblin Guide with no downside, because we keep missing land drops. And one way to get up from this position was Experimental Synthesizer to hopefully spike a land, but it got spiked with force from Mono Blue Terra. And the Mono Blue Terra has got a full graveyard, now just waiting to deploy the snakes. And yep, here we have it.
Yeah, exactly. And can you explain a little bit what Red Rally is trying to do?
Yeah, Red Rally is really wants to get your life total down as quick as possible, but playing hasty threats, but also by going wide. It has Burning Tree Emissary, which is a classic, right? Free creature, strong purely because it is essentially free. And also Rally, where the name comes from, just makes 2 1/1s and humans gain haste. It wants to assemble Emissary into Rally, because Emissary is a human, and if human gains haste, so does the Emissary, and you can get a very, very strong turn to putting 4 power hasty power on the battlefield spread across 3 bodies. Now, it's not really a burn deck, it's more like your red deck wins type of decks. So when you see Lightning Bolt going face on turn 2 instead of deploying creatures, something must have gone awry. And in this position, I definitely favor Johan with huge creature on the board, and Tommaso giving away that he doesn't probably have a bolt, because he would have attacked into the serpent and then potentially bolt the creature if it was blocked. But clearly there is no bolt because there was no attack in the first place.
Yeah, and looks like Tommaso is missing land drops as well.
Very hard, yeah. So now, wow, and even Spell Pierce or the Lightning Bolt.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so this is a classic situation, and every red player has gone through this, right? Do I keep my strong hand, but I just have a 1-lander, right? And this was indeed that 1-lander.
Yeah.
Now it is a team event, and players can communicate with each other. So I assume that this hand may have been potentially consulted with the team members.
Makes sense, yeah. And the Terror and Serpent getting in for 11, and the chump from the percussionist.
Yeah,
okay, finally land 2.
Yeah, land 2. Opponents at 11. Now, there are worlds where, wow, 4 spike on the Burning Tree Emissary. That's dirty, and we're already off to game 2.
Yeah.
Crazy. Now, 4 spike really, really shines. Well, if the opponent misses land drops, it's definitely much stronger than otherwise.
Yeah, exactly. And looks like it was the mono blue deck working more smoothly than the Red Rally deck this time around. Players are now consulting their sideboards. I would like to see if I can try to get their deck lists up, because this is one we can actually see the deck list. Right.
Right.
Okay.
So, wow. Okay. So now, if you know me or if you don't, I'm very much fairies pilled. So when I see main deck end the festivities, I'm immediately, why would you do that? But yes, end the festivities in the main deck now, definitely getting sided out against Mono Blue Terra. We see 2 more end the festivities in the sideboard. Now 4 red blasts, 3 relics. And these are the cards we might really, really want, right? Blast taking care of basically anything. And then relics to stunt the development of the opponent. Now, Pauper, just as a reminder, it's a common format, but we have 8 blasts available for both red and blue. So those red versus blue matchups are going to be very dense in this 1 mana, very, very strong interaction.
Okay, and then let's take a look at Johan Larsson's deck. Talk us through this.
Yeah, so this looks like a traditional terror list. However, there is one small twist, a relatively recent development. It's a 4 spike strategy with no Delver of Secrets, which traditionally it does play. Now it has 4 spike and 2 Murmuring Mystic, so playing a bit of a different suite of cards, but the rest of the classic with 2 Sleeps, 2 Demon Fury, 1 Deep Analysis for card draw. Now against Rally, I do like, of course, the Blue Blasts, and we can count 7 of them. 7 Blue Blasts, which is quite a lot. Now, maybe contrary to some impulse, I think Gutshot is not where you want to be, because creatures have either 2 toughness, or the ones that have 1 toughness are not really worth spending 2 life to kill. You want to either counter them on the stack with 4 spike or Blue Blasts, or just eventually block them with your Murmuring Mystic tokens or Serpents, or breakthrough otherwise. So, yeah.
Are you expecting Johan to bring in all 7 of his Blue Blasts?
Happily. Absolutely. In Pauper, when you play the Blue Blast, there are actually very few matchups where you wouldn't play the full 7. There are, like maybe let's say Jund, which plays red cards, but it's one of the 3 colors, for example. But against like dedicated aggro or burn strategies, definitely no. Put them all in your deck.
Right. It does sound then, in this case, that the Terror deck is favored in this matchup. Am I right?
Well, it's actually pretty close. Now, 4 spike helps. Normally in this slot, you've got more spell pieces or dispels. Now, 4 spike helps because on the draw, you can actually counter the 2 drop with a much, much higher consistency with 4 spike and 7 blasts. But if the red deck gets on the board, let's say Emissary and any creature, let's say they have like 2 to 4 power, well, they have blasts of their own. They have relics, which you cannot blue blast. And it becomes much, much closer. So it's not strictly favored, but I would definitely, personally, want to be on the blue side with this configuration of quadruple 4 spike.
Okay, exactly. It sounds like a very interesting and very exciting matchup that we have on our hands. Let's go back and see what's going on. I think the players have just finished sideboarding and they are shuffling up for game 2. So Tommaso is going to be on the play. Or at least he gets to decide. And
He definitely will. He definitely. Yeah, there is like one spot in which I would choose to be on the draw, and that's just purely with fairies in one matchup, and that's because I think that's good, and it still might not be. So you do want to be on the play. Pauper is again purely commons, but you can definitely get very, very strong snowbally advantage if you string your cards together, especially on the play.
Yeah. Okay.
It is maybe less linear than maybe the Titans of the world, but you can still have very, very proactive draws.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, if you're playing Amulet Titan, you also want to be on the play. So.
Yeah. Oh, and here we go. This is a sign of a professional. Goblin Guide, turn 1, attack for 2, and pass. And this is one of the better openers because now Red Rally can deploy maybe like 1 relic here, hold up their own blasts, maybe just 1 creature there, while keep pressuring.
Yeah.
And this is where 4 spike will stop shining because opponent might just make land drops and just never counter anything, really.
Yeah, and a mental note here cast by Johan, knowing 2 spells.
Well, that's definitely very good. Yeah. And that's one of the reasons why these terror decks play much more 1-mana interaction than fairies, for example, would be. Because fairies play creatures on the board in those early turns. They don't have the time to hold up counter spells. But Johan's deck actively passes every time almost because they've got 4 Thought Scours and 4 mental notes. So like you might as well pass with counter up. If there is something relevant, counter. If not, mental note.
Yeah, and looks like Johan is almost developed the full discount for the Terror. Already has a full discount for the Serpent. Casting a Ponder here.
Yeah, now keeping all. Now, this is still not a very big sign if the player says keep all, because One, there are 4 Lorwyn reveals, so you can draw, let's say, the first and the second card, and shuffle away the third most. Or you can play a Thought Scour on a mental note. So basically, you just draw the topmost and then mill the other ones anyways. And now, pull the trigger on the blast. I'm curious if he had held it up previously. Now, he gets met with the other blast. Yeah, basically, legacy-esque.
Yeah, exactly. And no other play from Tommaso. I guess he doesn't have to do it. He's applying pressure still.
Yeah, exactly. And then, actually, at some point where Johan decides that he has to tap out, Tommaso goes, well, let me go, emissary, something with haste, attack you for 4, going wider. But now this gets countered, which could be a sign of a lack of Pyroblast, or a Pyroblast held up for a potential Tolarian Terra follow-up.
Gets interesting now. There is the BTE.
Yeah, which cannot be Force Spike. And I think Tommaso will be playing around Force Spike.
Thinking about it.
I actually really, really enjoy blue versus red in Pauper. And I genuinely think this should be a, if you're listening to this, a product, Pauper dual deck, blue versus red of some kind, with Pauper pre-constructed decks. I think it would be awesome.
That would be pretty cool if we had something like that.
Right, so now, okay, we do see a Force Spike, but only on the second one. Well, okay, so this is one of the reasons why Force Spike looked absolutely insane the previous game and absolutely awful this one, right? Its power correlates very strongly with opponent, making land drops and passing. Yeah.
But why didn't Johan Force Spike the first BTE, like double Force Spike it?
And that's a very good question. I'm trying to think of a reason. Maybe he suspected the rest of the hand was kind of blank-ish, so Tommaso would go BTE, float mana, pass. So he didn't think he would even need to do this, maybe? That's one of the reasons, because when the opponent has 3 mana, a lot of the deck is 1 mana. So Force Spiking is going to be pretty hard. Now he goes on the offensive, which is, I think, correct, because your clock is faster and much harder to stop.
Also probably because he has a follow-up Terror or Serpent.
Yeah, possibly. He just brainstormed, and I think his brainstorm locked, and the hand has like Spell Pierce and something. So if he passes back, I don't think he's in that great of a shape. This soft permission, again, is very great at punishing stumbly opponents, but very bad when they're not stumbling.
Yeah. What do you think Tommaso might be having in his hand? I think we can see a little bit. I see a Bolt and
double Bolt even. I think Molten Collapse as well. So typically when I don't see any deploying of cards, it's probably not creatures, and something like bolts. Now, you don't have to get your opponent to 6, let's say, because it's much less important, or walking into that Spell Pierce on turn 6. But maybe it's a good thing. We'll see, because maybe that was we're countering that. Okay, that's aggressive. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, but I think you have to, right? You have to fight because the Terror is a clock. So now Tommaso is priced in to actually like apply even more pressure.
And now, is he at 6 or at 3? Because Hydroblast killed the Emissary, right?
Yes.
The Bolt resolved, didn't it?
No, the Bolt got...
Oh,
that's true. Yeah.
I think he should be 3 lower.
Okay.
I think so. Now, this is important. We've got Brainstorm off the top, and I see Lorwyn revealed, which is, in this format, definitely a card you hardcast. Definitely. Now, this might not be the best spot for it. Now, if Johan is at 2, it's much more important, but we shall see. Blood token on the board. And the previous Tolarian Terror, because I didn't mention it, was Molten Collapsed. It costs 0 mana, and then we paid the ward.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let's hope the life totals were correct, because otherwise it would be.
Okay, so Johan is on 1 now. I don't know what the cards in hand are. So that's a Lorwyn reveal for drawing 3.
Okay, now I think we try to spike a burn spell now.
Yeah, or a Red Blast, I guess.
Oh,
That's 3 islands he drew.
oh, yo, that's bad. What's the last card? Oh,
Todd
his hands are
Tower.
shaking. He knows he's in a bad spot.
Draw. It's another island.
That was the blue blast. That was the blue blast. Now he's not
Oh, that
dead.
was
Literally. Oh no, it is because there's a
2
hasty
islands.
threat in hand. So he will be dead.
That's
Oh,
a rally.
yeah,
But
and
it is
then
an attack for lethal, right? Yeah,
bam.
okay.
Yeah. Wow. So this game we really, really see the power of one, early damage, but two, the how lackluster the soft permission might be.
Okay, so we're sideboarding now for game 3.
Right. So I don't think there are going to be any major changes now that red rallies on the draw. Now we did see molten collapses sided in, so it's collapses, relics, and red blasts. Now it's still it's like 9 cards, right? That's pretty plenty. In order to accommodate that, you probably have to trim on, definitely on end of festivities, maybe bushwhackers, maybe some burn spells which actually don't kill creatures in this matchup. Now balls were kept in, so I'm curious on the actual cards. But now, if you compare being on the play with Goblin Guy turn 1 versus being on the draw with likely not 1, it's going to be a completely different texture of the game.
Okay, looks like they're still consulting the sideboard once again. I'm not sure if this is the kind of stage where you would do the thing that you do at the PT, where like you take your sideboard inside, shuffle everything, and you just remove 15 cards every time you sideboard.
Yeah, especially as the event is worth noting open deck list. So it's pretty clear what's siding in and out. Especially, at least in this matchup. There are matchups where there's a bit more gray area, but I don't think. Well, maybe in Johann's place, you could fake like I have some 4 spikes on the play, but not on the draw, or vice versa. But in general, I don't think that's going to matter that much. Also, Tommaso has shown willingness to play around soft permission, so maybe that makes Johan side them out. So there is a bit of kind of cat and mouse type of um mental magic going on.
Yeah. Okay, looks like they are shuffling up already. Um,
Okay, I did take a peek. There was this Hydroblast Island Lorwyn revealed. So a couple of I think there was a 4 spike as well.
okay, so he probably kept some number of it in.
Oh, but there was no Lorien end step to find the land. So that tells you that maybe some cantrips going on. So you want to go, for example, this turn, Brainstorm Lorien revealed?
Yeah.
Oh, we do see a Goblin Guy turn 2, though. And I see 4 spike blast. So we might fight and cash in the 4 spike.
No, it's a blast.
Yeah. I mean,
And blast in response and force spike. Okay, cool.
4 spike is still one of the most annoying cards to have to play into and then get got by it. But yeah, the deck has 4 of them. And the unique strength of Terra is, again, with Brainstorm in the deck, you can shuffle them away if you don't think they're deemed worthy of playing. But in this spot, Johan did keep 1 4 spike in hand still. So likely to maybe counter a potential 2-drop.
Yeah, and already 4 spells in the yard for Johan.
Yeah. That's a unique strength of Terra. You're just casting spells, interacting, and this itself progresses your main plan.
Yeah. And we see is that a rally?
Yeah.
Promptly gets countered. Oh, no, it did resolve. Yeah, okay.
Now we've got, I count 6 spells.
Yep.
Now Mono Blue Terra is not. It is not uncommon to drop 2 snakes on turn 4. Yep, speak of the devil. And I think that the window has closed almost. Like, if your hand was at 8, we could have a conversation. At 18, the advantage bar is firmly in the Blue Terrace side. And, in uh, no small merit to Force Spike.
So what does the win look like now for Tommaso, if he's ever to win this game?
Yeah, that's a very good question. It's a very good question. I
2 red
think
blasts.
we could probably string together some reckless impulses that actually gets us up on cards, because Mono Blue Terra doesn't actually have card advantage that much. It has card selection, interaction, and very good threats, which you could argue are as good as 2 cards, but they're not literally 2 cards. So you could actually get up on cards sufficiently, but that would have to come along faster than your has ability, for example, to hardcast Mariots. Oh, and not die to this, of course.
Yeah. So this is lethal or lethal damage. So he will have to leave the soldiers to chump. And the cards in hand are I see a bolt in hand
Yes,
and a
this
rally.
kind of ties back into what I said previously, which is if you keep some number of burn spells, well, they could finish off a snake, I guess. They could finish off the opponent, but in those kind of middle game spots where you're behind, they're as good as a blank.
Yeah. So it looks like he's not in a very good spot at the moment.
Now he's still thinking because, again, there maybe is a way, like double, yeah. Now this definitely is generating card advantage for Mono Blue Terra, and is doing what I said, which is be having threats as good as 2 cards. But again, because of Johann's high life total, he can keep smashing in because there is
Yeah.
no threat of getting killed on the swing back.
Yeah. So he chumps one of them.
Okay, we do have some bushwhackers. I attack with 2 creatures. I I think I would have liked an attack with Goblin Guide as well, because you still have to chump 1, and if you leave the token back, it's white, so it can't be blasted. So you're kind of safe. And I doubt opponent kept like Dim Inferior or Sleep. So I think that would be safe. And also, when you're so behind, you have to make bets to actually be able to win the game. Like double blocking here, both. I don't think accomplish. Yeah, wow. And I still had all these type of end game.
Well, okay. Yeah, so that's an interesting matchup. And congrats to Johan for taking the first one for Team Sweden.
Wow, and I see Steel Sabotage is sided in, which might be a result of the open decklist nature of
Yeah,
wanting to counter Relic.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. Right. So we are we're gonna try and switch over to the standard portion of this. And this is gonna be Alessio versus Oleksi.
Okay,
Here we go.
let's try to dissect what's happening. And hopefully we can. Yeah, very nice. Thank you. So okay, so let's try to dissect what we can see. Oh no, Alessio is an alternative art type of person. Oh no,
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
no, not like this.
So
Okay,
I think that's a secluded courtyard. That's a land and a cavern and
I see a deceit. I think, which is the like the third one to the right.
yeah.
Okay, let's go with the mono green one.
Okay, yes.
Seven,
Okay, let's
seven,
do that.
8 forests. That's the easy part. I also see ice still, and I think the card with the counter, maybe a chocobo. Okay, this is going to be difficult.
The card with the counter is an Earthbender Ascension, I think.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. And let me also open the deck list for these players. That might
Yes.
help. So we've got Alessio versus Oleksi.
Yes, I think there's an Ashling on the side of the Elementals player as well.
Right, so let's see kind of the macro scale what's happening. We've got 15 to 20 in life totals, so pretty steady. They seem to be 0-0, supposing this is updated correctly. Although I mean they're still in game 1, mayhaps.
It makes sense. I mean, this is a matchup that probably takes a little while.
Yeah, so that's probably Roaring Throne on the left, and then Ashling Deceit.
It cannot be two Ashlings, right? Because it's legendary.
No, but I think the flip side can be with
Oh,
the
the flip
front
side of
side.
Ashling. Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
that's what I mean. Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
So that's what probably is happening. And now, okay, we've got all the mana untapped.
So it's Alessio's turn. He has 8 mana total. Or okay. So he's flipped the Ashling back to get the trigger and legend rule himself.
Yeah, exactly, because it was Ashling indeed, yeah.
Yeah.
Now we're floating mana twice because of Roaring Throne.
Yes.
And we still got a ton of mana, 4, 7. Burst Lightning is the graveyard. And then we're adding another Ashling legend rule, is it? So basically, my hand is pretty bad. Let me discard draw.
Twice.
Yeah. Now we do have abundant mana, so
Yeah, I don't know how many cards Alexi is holding, but I think he's looking for some kind of like a bounce off or a Thunderflock to clear the board.
He's definitely just passing back with all the mana available in the world. So that seems
Yeah,
like
that's
a
not
whole
good.
world of blanks in hand.
Yeah.
Now
So, yeah, carry on.
I just want to say that we still, as Alexi, have to break through a Roaring Throne, a Deceit, both untapped, with Alessio at 20. So we have to string together some proper attack, because we won't be able to chip damage in.
I imagine you can with the ice still in play. Yeah, so you start with the Harmonizer, and then if there's like Fable Passage or any fetch land in the yard, it's 4 landfall triggers, and the Earthbender Ascension can give trample.
So let's see how much. Let's see if they're also going to be counting it, like the triggers with dice.
So 4, 8, 16, 32. Yeah, it is lethal if unblocked. 7, 12. Oh, there's an escape tunnel as well. So he could play the escape tunnel for the 3rd land and make something just unblockable. But I don't know if that's enough power to get there.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay, so he's played the Fable Passage instead. And that's the 4th trigger on Earthbender Ascension to put a counter on the Is that the 3/4 with reach from the sapling nursery?
It does look like one, I think. With the keyword in the middle.
Yeah. And that's going to be the 5th trigger, which is going to add another counter and double the power once again.
And based on the movements of Alexei, I think he knows where he's going with this.
I count at least 30 points of trample damage coming through.
Yeah, and then even if it's not lethal, it might just be a one-sided Wrath of God, which then should probably be...
Yeah, it should be game. Yeah.
Within, a turn cycle.
Yeah. Badger Mole Cup. Okay, cool.
Very nice. Okay, so Explorer, the token. Nope. Double land.
Yeah, so attacking with the team, basically, and then that creature has to be chumped by everything
and
else.
That's handshaken. Yep.
Yep.
Well, the rounds are pretty swift. Now, I can already catch a glimpse of energy versus affinity in the middle seat. But I'm not sure if they're going to be shown now. But let me pull up the deck list for myself.
Yeah, well, I don't know if this is the match or if they're going into the next week.
Oh, right. It could be just a match, right? If the top side is consistent with the team on the top, then it would be Terra and Landfall taking this, right?
Yes.
Let's double check with the production. So
okay, so yeah, it looks like it is the match. So Landfall beat Elementals, which is slightly surprising, I guess. So congratulations to Team Sweden for taking this, regardless of what the result is going to be for the modern portion of this.
Whenever I play team events, and it's actually surprisingly often, by the way, because in Pauper we have pretty frequent Pauper team events, I sometimes really like to finish my own match, even if my teammates are done. Just, for the fun of it. Just to have some closure, how the actual team performed.
Yeah, it makes sense, but also I think it probably helps in the breakers as well, right? In case you win.
I'm not sure because I don't think you're really submitting this. It doesn't really matter if you want 2-0 or 3-0. But again, it's just for the fun of it. Like if you're in the actual middle of a nail biter, your friend's finished. Yeah, that's nice. Congrats. But we might as well take 5 more minutes and finish this out.
Yeah.
Especially if you're a person who's tracking stats and stuff, and counting your own win ratio.
Yeah, exactly. And here, just to have a little bit of analysis of the match that just gone, here is the deck list by Elementals. Yeah, this is Alessio's Elementals deck. Can you talk us through this, please?
Yeah, so let me take a look. So we've got a full suite, full 12 of the new Lorwyn Eclipsed Elementals. Vibrance, Wistfulness, and Deceit. And actually, before Lorwyn released, there were a lot of rankings, let's say, of how many Lorwyn cards will actually see impact, which ones will see impact. And then we see full new archetypes created, basically on the back of Lorwyn Eclipsed, which includes the elementals I just mentioned, but also, for example, Ashling, which then very nicely interact with cards like Roaring Throne. Here we see one Spider Sense main deck, which is pretty cool. Triple Winter Night Stories, one Riddler. When it comes to the Cyber, I'll try to see if there's anything that may have contributed to this particular matchup. And Essence Scatter, Flash Freeze, I see. Anything else that jumps out to you?
Um, I don't know if you would bring is it in the landfall matchup, but Ill-Time Explosion might be relevant. Spell Snare, I would say, is also relevant because Bajamol Cup is probably one of the best cards in the landfall deck.
Yeah. Now, I think a lot of the games might come down to, for example, you're on the draw with elementals. You've got a pretty clunky draw, maybe like a mismatch of mana, and then the landfall deck might just run away with the game. Hopefully, it doesn't. But here is actually an antithesis of what I just said, because the game seemed to have gone pretty long. But elementals, despite having seemingly against everything, running from going, a resolved elemental, ashling flipping back and forth, they still lost, which I think really speaks volumes about the landfall deck.
Yeah, definitely true. I think the landfall deck is one of those decks that you take a look at it early on, and then you think, oh, this is this is kind of like a very all-in deck.
Yeah, I'll play this in Arena Best of One.
Yeah, exactly. Catch people unawares, and I think that may have been true of the older versions where they used to play Tifa Lockhart. But I think this one is a lot more consistent, and surprisingly, like it's possible to play the grindy games as well. And this list in particular, I think, has 3 Esper Origins, 2 Ficon Green Shells, and 4 Sapling Nurseries. That's a person who is prepared for the long game.
Yeah. Which it's like I really like smooth mana bases. I don't want to play mono red. Let's play mono green, which just doesn't run out of gas and just keeps slamming stuff that you have to answer. And I love this.
Yeah, exactly. And nothing entirely jumping out as in terms of being unusual as well. I think the current list are playing a lot of the Green Shell Nursery, kind of almost like a Splinter Twin combo sort of thing, because the Sapling Nursery, when it gets a landfall trigger, it makes a 3/4, and the 3/4 triggers the Green Shell. And if the Green Shell reveals a land from the top of the library, then the land gets put into play, triggers the Sapling Nursery, and you can keep going over and over again until you hit a non-land, in which case you draw a card.
Yeah, which is I would say a very decent fail rate.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, I mean, there is definitely something to this Greenfall deck. This Landfall deck, as we can see, one of the highest represented archetype in the Arena Championship this weekend as well. All right, so let's see. We can transition to
let's go. Pretty smooth. Action never stops.
Yeah, and I think this is the modern portion of the match. And it looks like it's Boros Energy versus Affinity.
Yeah, Boros. So basically, the 2 decks I mentioned at the very, very beginning, right? I said Boros Energy, Aggro Midrange, Affinity with Kappa Cannoneer. So let me actually open up the deck lists of these players. Although I do expect them to be pretty stock, and that's mainly because, like in the modern format, you've seen Boros Energy and Affinity quite enough to have refined the deck list to a point where there isn't much wiggle room, so to speak, right? It's like such a well-oiled machine. Although it's still the modern format, and the card pool is so wide that they're playing 3-card Monty, I guess.
Yeah, the rock paper scissors.
Oh, it's this one. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Although playing 3-card Monty to be on the play would also be very nice. Now, I'm just looking at the Boros Energy list, especially kind of thinking it's playing against Affinity. And I see Voice of Victory, but I don't expect that to have a huge impact. Game 1, I think it's pretty standard. Looking at Affinity, it is a version with Arcbound Ravager. And it is now seeing Ravager, predictably, with weapons manufacturing. So you could have very, very explosive openers where weapons manufacturing makes a couple of munition tokens, and then Ravager, an all-star in Modern 10 years ago, can just eat them all up, shoot out the battlefield. No, Bob's your uncle. Now, we'll see if that actually happens. Typically, especially game 1, especially on the play, I'm happy to be on Affinity's side because Kappa Cannoneer is very, very hard to contain.
Look at the opening hand by the Affinity player.
Wow.
3 Kappas.
Well, I take that back. I don't want Kappas that much. But like, you could have a turn 1 engineered explosives types of draws. Galvanic blast, as we see. Thank you very much for showing it to the camera. So yeah, typically I like being Affinity, but Affinity has got very polarized, maybe not matchups, but draws. You could have turn 1, turn 2 Kappa, which is going to win a lot of the games, but you might have mediocre draws with just a couple of tokens, and that's it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm not sure if you caught a glimpse, but I think Boros Energy is on 4 cards, which would be weird because clearly they're resolving the 7-card mulligan.
I
But I really think I saw 4.
I would hope not. And I don't think so.
Yeah, it would be weird timing-wise, right? Why would one person move to 6 while the other was at 4?
Exactly. Yeah. It looked more like the energy player had kept 7.
Okay, so let's... Oh, double canal, that's nice. No life loss.
Yeah.
Memnite Mishra's manufacturing.
Yeah. And I think that's an EE and
Shadow Spear, I think.
Okay. So not a very excellent hand.
It is. So it's a card, it's a hand which says I have lands and I have spells to cast, but those spells don't really kind of go anywhere. Unless you top deck, let's say, Ravager, or top deck Kappa Cannoneer, it's not really going anywhere. But this is kind of true sometimes. Unless you draw the thing you need. Ooh, Mox Opal.
Right. So no turn 1 plays by the energy player. Probably fetching a Surveil land. So it's a keep on 6 by Ari. Which I think you kind of do, even though the hand is fairly mediocre.
Yeah, because Affinity is kind of a critical mass. So if you have 1 card fewer, it's potentially 1 fewer artifact, 1 fewer token, 1 fewer, something else. So sometimes it's worth it to keep a maybe mid 6 with all the gas and hope for the top of the deck, rather than keep a 5, but hope the other pieces kind of align.
Yeah, and looks like a fairly slow start from Ludwig as well. Kept the land on top on the Surveil, plays Arena of Glory, and then an Ocelot Pride, and nothing else beyond that.
Yeah, but I think the onus is on Affinity to present something really strong, because Energy has got enough value in those random exchanges and cards that it can really pull through from a bad draw. A single Flage, a Ajani Bombardment, or even this Ocelot, given enough time. However, if we now see a bunch of tokens come in, and I do see explosives, Ari will have 5 shocks available.
Yeah.
Now, 5 shocks staring 1 Ocelot isn't going to be very impressive, because you don't want to crack all of the munition tokens to kill a single cat, which we'll see if Ludwig kind of plays around that and tries to delver it out, so to speak.
Yeah. I wonder what is in Ludwig's hand and what he's planning to play.
He did know the matchup, right? Because it is open deck list, so...
Yes, it is open deck list, yes.
Affinity's keep was still mainly self-contained, regardless of what the opponent would be playing. But Energy did keep this hand thinking it's Affinity, which is even more puzzling. Makes you think what's there.
Yeah, it must be a hand of Spyros and Flages.
Yeah, I would assume so. Yeah, and we fetch probably a 3-drop coming down.
And if you're expecting an EE from your opponent, you don't probably want to deploy all your 1-drops all at once.
Yeah, diversifying the costs, right, between a 1, a 0 from a token, a 3.
Yeah, but there was no 2-drop as well on turn 2, which surprises me a little bit.
Yeah, because if the hand was Arena plus Fetchland, what we saw, we still could have gone turn 1 Sacred Foundry Cat, right? We still
Yes.
could have gone turn 2 Arena Voice. So either we keep drawing the cards off curve, or there is something we really want to hold up. But the only thing I can see in the entire deck that's worth holding up, or worth big quotes, is Galvanic Discharge. So maybe it's basically playing around a single emissary. Maybe that's happening. Kind of emissary. Yeah, maybe that's it.
Yeah, I think probably the games that the Boros Energy player loses is if your opponent gets the nut draw and churns out a turn 1
Yeah.
Kappa and you can't stop it, and the Kappa runs away with the game. So maybe you want to hold up the Galvanic Discharge to make sure that it doesn't happen.
Yeah, exactly. Because if it doesn't happen, on the flip side, well, you're not going to get there with mediocre construct beats. It's going to be blocked forever with just token of any variety or throwaway creature, of which, Boros has, plenty of.
Yeah, and here we see an EE for 0.
What is nice is that the EE on 0 also cleans up the cat token, so you don't have to aim the munition at that. So you can use the 3 munitions, so that's 6 damage split across Ocelot double voice, right? So that's basically a mass removal spell. The downside, you have no artifacts literally in play. So I'm not sure how good of a long-term strategy that is.
Yeah, it also destroys your own Mox Opal.
Exactly. And then, yes, you can make a construct, but it's like just next turn, and it's like a 1/1 to be a 3/3 with another one. It just takes forever. Dies to Flages, gives infinite time to get Pyros going.
Yeah, but maybe here is where the Shadow Spear comes into play, right? If you can make a big enough construct, you hold the construct and the Shadow Spear as a blocker and like massive life gain as well.
True, that is fair. A Johnny.
And if it's true he has the Galvanic Discharge in hand, Ludwig can discharge his own cat to flip the Ajani.
And we go to attacks, we make 2 tokens, which kind of basically says, I dare you to crack EE. Now, the issue is that you play that Ajani, so maybe, I assume one of the munitions will go at Ajani, at which point probably you say response Galv to flip my Ajani in response to munitions.
But if you do that, then you're gonna have to Galv your Ocelot Pride because the oh no, that's not true. The 2/1 token would still be on the battlefield. It wouldn't have died to the EE. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Right?
Yes, you're right.
I'm also thinking about this stack, how it goes. But I think something like this will unravel, which is attack all, crack EE, target munitions, and then flip my Ajani, or just not, and just take damage.
Yeah, no, that's not true, because if you let the EE resolve, then the munitions dies, the cat also dies. And then the...
Oh, there is no cat to re-kill in response.
Yes, exactly, except for Ocelot, right? But then it depends on which turn Ari cracks the EE, because the cat dying trigger and the munitions trigger both go on the stack. But depending on whose turn it is...
Right. Yeah. Active, non-active gaming, right?
Exactly, yes. So, a lot more complicated than Pauper, I guess. This case. Yeah,
definitely kind of trigger-wise. Now, for some people, like myself, that's a good thing. Because you play, like, there is a reason why people like limited, for example, right? Instead of so much happening all the time everywhere. Kind of a bit more cleaner exchanges. But this ends with a really proper battlefield for Boros with, I believe, city being blessed.
Yeah, the city's blessing is there. The warrior tokens should be gone. No, the warrior tokens stay because the Ocelot Pride actually makes the warrior tokens.
Yeah,
at
yeah,
the end
yeah.
step.
That's funny. Yeah.
That's actually a big board state now for energy.
Yeah, like affinity with Kappa and without Kappa. Like these are different decks completely.
Oh yeah.
And we see the Kappa-less variety now.
So it's floating 2 mana from both Moxes and using it to activate the EV, I think.
Yeah.
So all the tokens go away, the Mox dies, and I think he said he pointed one at Ajani, and I don't know where the other 2 is going. Oh, there's 4 munitions, excuse me.
Yeah, and the tokens get cleared up.
Mm-hmm.
Now, just it's worth pointing out that the city blessing stays forever. It's never got rid of, and we do see the galvanic play.
Yes.
Which we spoke at length about.
Yeah, so it might have been true that Ludwig actually held up the galvanic on turn 1, which is quite heads up play from him.
Yeah. Like it shows that he's played the matchup and he knows what he loses to, which might sound kind of very obvious at first, but this is how you win and lose whole matches because you know or you don't know, like, you know, what you can actually do. So now we see Ajani, but I see no red permanent currently. Versus 3 munitions, no way to pop them, but Saga on 2.
It's 2 munitions and a drone, I think, because the emissary was warped in.
Oh, okay, because they're all true, yes. Now Ludwig has a single card in hand. Methinks that one on the left, bottom left, yeah.
It must be a Shadow Spear, right?
I mean the Boros Energy one.
Oh, the Boros Energy. Okay, sorry, yeah.
So I think Boros Energy is out of cards right now. Now all of them are pretty decent. Don't get me wrong. But crucially, we can find what's the name? Claws of Gigs of Saga.
Yep.
Okay, this match has turned quite chess-like, which I did not expect. I thought we would have no Kappa, GGs, thank you.
I actually think if Ludwig had a Goblin Bombardment, the game would be over.
Which is true most of the time, honestly.
Yes, but he didn't.
But yeah, we see the classic trifecta of Ocelot, Ajani, and Guide. Cards of which modern players have seen plenty. Okay, ditch the land, redraw land. So I actually think we may have mistaken one card in hand and it was not Shadow Spear after all. Because I think Ari has no cards in hand.
Ah, I see.
So I think we may have got mistaken, which is an issue because now you either find the Shadow Spear or the Claws. And that's a very key point, how you decide to navigate this game, because this choice will dictate kind of the texture of the entire game.
Let's see what he decides to find. It is the Claws. And did he make a construct? Yeah, he did. Okay. So now he must kill the Ajani. And probably the guide as well.
So first we go to attacks with the drone and the construct, one of which can be jumped, right?
Yep.
Goes down to 2. Oh, so many game objects. Crazy.
So so now he can kill the Ajani with 1
Yes.
munitions instead of 2. And it's strange to me that he's passed the turn and not done it at sorcery speed.
True. Unless he's just, for some reason waiting to see the surveil, but that won't change the decision. So
Yeah, but it could also be that he thinks that because Ludwig doesn't have a red permanent, the Ajani is safe to leave on board. But there is this other mode that Ajani can do to plus and counters on all the cats,
Yeah.
which
Yes.
I have done myself before.
And also, even if not, I would have probably killed, or would have considered killing Guide or Ocelot.
Yeah, okay, now he's doing it. Okay. So he waited for the fetch.
Okay. So on one hand, it makes sense. There's no downside to waiting. Yeah, maybe just that. And then because you can always stop the opponent on upkeep, so.
Yep.
Now, let's see if we can very skillfully top deck Seasoned Pyromancer.
That looks like a flip. Perfect.
Easy. Oh my god, Magic is so easy.
Just draw what you want, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're killing this in response, and now we're ending up +2 on cards, straight up. Very nice.
Another guide. Yep. Yep. Okay.
Very nice. Oh, I just two. Yeah, let's go. 2 1-drops. Very nice. Clean.
Yeah. So attack with the Ocelot Pride would be a 5/5 flying. No, you don't. You probably don't want to jump it because then, the drone's tapped anyway. So you do want to jump it, because the construct can't block it, and that's gonna be a 10-point life swing.
That's 8 energy, right?
Yes.
8 energy. You have the choice between 0, 1, and 2 because you could double jump, right? If you wanted to.
Yes.
So
Which I think he's trying to do.
Yes, it is a double jump. Yeah, because every single guide has a separate trigger which you can use. So it's 5 swing, which is a 10 total.
And he's passed the turn.
So I'm thinking, what are the best draws from Affinity? And back in the day, or I mean, let's say back in the day, you could draw Thought Monitor, right? Or Thoughtcast, and kind of chain draws. But this is not the Affinity of nowadays. Nowadays, it's very much a Kappa deck. And there is no card that would, kind of chain you out. So the best draw is probably, Kappa again, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, another explosive, mayhaps, right? Just to kill all the 1-drops, for example.
I don't...
Munitions? Second munitions? Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think a Kappa is going to help here.
So we're going full-on kind of control deck style.
Yeah, he's left the drone back to block the Ocelot Pride.
And you can also double shoot the Ocelot because it's a 5/5. No, you cannot. It's a 5/5, yeah. And you can block and then double shoot. Oh, because it's first strike.
No, because first strike. Yeah.
I'm trying to string together the winning plays. Now, triple shooting is pretty hard. And that also doesn't take into account the fact that Ludwig could double jump again.
Yeah, and the thing is, Ari only has 2 mana open right now.
Yeah. Well, he couldn't double jump if we kill guides now. Or dash Ragavan. Okay.
Yes, that's
So we have
true.
to probably kill them now, right? To disallow double jumping or even any jumping. But then if you do so, you can
Yeah, you could
jump
do
there.
that. Yeah, you could
You
do
probably
that.
have to, yeah.
Yeah. So that puts him up to 12. I'm not sure if Ludwig dashed the Ragavan or exerted it with Arena,
Oh, true, true.
but he didn't use the other red mana for anything else, presumably because he doesn't have any more cards in hand.
I think he may have dashed because with Guide of Souls and nothing else, you might want to kind of, in theory, be able to recast this. Like there is very little advantage to having it permanently on board, I think.
Well, if you jump the Ragavan, you want to keep it on board.
If you jump it, yes. But then you're playing in the face off. Like it's an on-board trick. So probably, unless this was a forcible play to make sure that the opponent cracks double munitions. Wow, this game, it's really something.
Yes.
It really is.
This matchup is interesting.
Is
I
this the
split-
smallest dice devised by men?
I'm pretty sure I've seen smaller.
Okay. That's so now we're still playing a game of a bogle, which has
Yep.
flying first strike lifelink.
So Ari drew a fiery islet, I think. Right. Okay, so as interesting as this game is, I think we might have to leave this fairly soon.
Yeah.
The round 5 is starting, and unfortunately we are going to leave this and we won't be able to see how this pans out. But I can tell you that we are looking next at our feature match.
Oh,
and it's gonna-
let's go.
Yeah, this is big. This is big. I think this is it's two sort of mixed teams, but maybe not so much mixed in a sense. The first French Swiss team are like mostly French speaking, I believe, and a mixture of a Polish and English team as well.
I'll try to remain as unbiased as possible.
Yeah, talk to me about these players, Skura.
Yeah, so I know the Polish players here, and Jędrek, my Pauper teammate, we've been talking and playtesting Pauper for quite some time, and he's been pretty big into the Pauper format, so he's pretty well prepared to battle in his seat. And very accomplished player, very accomplished player. And speaking of accomplished players, we've got a person whose name I can only pronounce, Przemysław Olszewski, who is one of the strongest players you actually could have on your team. He attended PTs, he attended the World Championship, he's placed pretty high in numerous arena championships. Like these are the big guns. Like when it comes to the PTs World Championships, like he's the guy. So very strong representation from the team on the bottom there.
Exactly, and Przemysław is playing Alexei, who has also been in Worlds as well, and it looks like they're battling a standard.
Yeah. So what do we see? Green Landfall and
Krabby Patty, I assume, is lessons or.
Yeah, he looks very lessony.
Yeah, but crab reminds me of Edinburgh crab, and I think that might be some kind of
Is that elementals
the
type of?
spelementals thing.
Yeah,
Let's pull up the deck list and take a look.
Yeah, let me standard.
Yes, it is in fact the spelementals deck by Alexei.
Right. So let's dissect where we're at in this game. It's Przemysław, or to make it easier, we can use his alias Olsen, who's at 13 life and playing the first permanent, non-land permanent onto the battlefield versus, I assume, double Otter, that is, because it looks like it was Otter, bounce, Otter again, looking at the graveyard into stock up.
Yep.
Which is, again, crazy how much damage you can put out with these Otters, and an Opt. Very good way to trigger prowess.
What is the permanent on Oslewski's side?
I think this is Ice Still Explorer. Or maybe not. Wait. Maybe not.
It doesn't look like it's a
Yeah,
creature.
it looks. I recognize the art from somewhere, but he paid 4 mana for it.
So it could be Sapling Nursery.
Oh, I think this. Yes, exactly. I think it's a sapling nursery with the tree folk type of art on it. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, precisely. Yes. So we've got the nursery now. We've got an attack down to 7
That
for
is
the
a lot of
Izzet deck,
pressure.
and then we are in this kind of unheard of situation normally in Magic, where the mono green Stompy deck is on the defensive against Izzet. Here we are. Trigger landfall. Another trigger in the bank. Cap on the passage. And thinking. Okay, so now we're
So he's
cracking the passage, and we've got 2 triggers, right? One from the new forest, and the second one from passage coming back as a creature from the Badger Wall Cups line of text.
Yes, exactly.
And we're quite a bit of power now. Like, we went from nothing to how much that is? 9, 11.
Is that a... Did he cast the Sandman?
Yeah, I'm trying
That's a
to decide.
Sandman.
Oh, it is from Spider-Man, right?
From Spider-Man, yeah, exactly.
A sentence which, again, I didn't think I'd say.
Yes, but Magic has changed quite a lot.
It definitely has, yes. So this is it is a 6/6. Well, that's 16 power, I count. 16 power and like 19 toughness
Yeah.
from an empty board.
Yeah.
Quite a turn.
Yeah, and crucially, Alexei did not have an Edimar Crab at the end of the turn to tap down potential blockers. So I think Prunslaw, or was it Olison, is his alias?
Olison.
Olison, yeah, has started to turn things around, but I don't think he's out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, like I like the advantage bar was very, very low for Olsen. No.
Oh wow, and that's a green shell. And a get out.
But like, how does Alexei break through? Because like the train hasn't stopped.
Yes. The sapling nursery is going to just accumulate value every turn. It is quite difficult. I think Sunderflock here is going to be the key. If he can have, like, let's say a turn where he goes Edimar Crab into Sunderflock, he can reset the board and make Olison start again.
True, that is very true. And then tokens disappear forever, and Olsen will have used the land drops, possibly. Now, we have kind of gone to this conclusion, which I assume people of their caliber would have gone to as well. So with that in mind, Przemek might not kind of overextend on those land drops and keep, for example, the passages back to rebuild, right? Like, he wouldn't go all in, knowing full well what the, let's say, only way back for Alexei is.
Yes. So the other thing he could also do is he can hold an Ice Till Explorer in hand, and then crack the Fable Passages freely, because the Ice Till will always bring it back.
Okay, now pass back.
So Drew an opt for the turn.
Yeah. Seer, that is. Yeah.
Yes. That's a crab.
Yeah.
And the
Cabbage.
Sunderflock.
Yeah, we talked about this.
Yep.
Literally, we talked about this sequence.
Can I? Yeah, the Sandman is an elemental. So it
What?
actually stays.
Wow. That's very
Oh,
funny.
that's so funny.
It's also sand for some reason, but yes.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense because Sandman is a creature of sand. I did not know that sand was a creature type. I have to confess.
Yeah, that is one of the types. Cavern of Souls named Sand. Pass to you. That's okay. Well, yeah, this was a sequence, but then again, we did see Przemek not cracking the fetchlands in the meantime, kind of having the gas to rebuild.
Yes, and now Earthbender Ascension we're seeing to rebuild the board.
So, okay, if we were to take a snapshot of this particular moment, where would you like to be?
I would like to be on the landfall side because Alexei's cast Sunderflock, and I know you play 2 Sunderflocks in your deck, right? So all you can have is at most
True.
1 more Sunderflock, and I have how many lands am I playing? 24, 25 lands. I'm gonna find more lands, and you have no more Sunderflocks.
Actually, yeah, because again, it's open deck list, so they both know how many there are. But actually, I see 27 in Przemek's list.
Okay, well, that's even better.
So, like, drawing a land is definitely something you want to bank on. Like, this is where you put your money, that I will top deck a land.
Yep. So how big is the Sandman now? Is it a 8, 9? It's a 9/9, right? And he can crack the passage to make it 10, and 2 triggers from the Earthbender Ascension, one of which will grow it to 11, and trample. So it's not a very good spot for Alexei in terms of deciding whether he wants to block or not. Because if he does double block and Olison cracks it, it is just a straight up kill crab and flock.
Well, the one of Spider-Man card.
Oh yeah.
Shifting Scoundrel, definitely showing his power.
Yep.
Now, I might ask Przemek about the inclusion of this card, and I really hope one of the answers is going to be because it's an elemental.
Well, that would be pretty big brain play. We can take a look at the deck list as well once they're finished with this game, because I see some let's say special inclusions in Shamslaw's deck. I'm sorry, I'm really trying here.
No, I do appreciate that, but much to your maybe disappointment, I think 3 Polish teams were 3-0 at some point. So
Okay.
you might have to fight through the Polish names now or later.
It's absolutely fine. I have a Polish friend. Sometimes I learn like pronouncing Polish words from them. It's all good.
Nice. And so basically, if I blinked and went back in time, 7 minutes, I would see almost the same board. A bunch of 3/4 reach creatures, a ton of lands, and then Alexei trying to crawl back.
Yep.
The rebuild capacity, crazy.
It really is. Ah, so he's bounced the Sunderflock to try and... No, he's bounced the... Yeah, he's bounced the Sunderflock. But he can't cast it now because he doesn't have the discount.
Yeah.
What he needs is a land drop, crab, and then Sunderflock again.
Yeah. Which is one way to go about this.
Yeah, but still, even if that's the case, the Sandman is still there.
Oh, the menace of this game.
Yeah, now, yeah, okay, okay.
Uh, right.
But that's still not enough.
Ye-
There's
Yeah,
12 power
passing.
on board.
So we play crab, tap 2, block 1.
Yeah, okay, it's over.
Okay, that made it simpler. Yeah.
That makes sense. All right, so while they're consulting the
Whoa.
sideboard, let's take a look at the deck list.
Yeah, so you mentioned some spicy inclusion. So what did you have in mind?
Yeah, so apart from the Sandman, we also see 3 copies of Glimpse the Core, which I don't think I've seen in deck lists, at least on Goldfish before. And the reason for this, I believe, is to play this as like a rampant growth sort of effect to find the forest. And this helps to trigger like landfall, but also it's for sapling nursery.
Well, it also synergizes with Promising Vein, may I add.
Yes, yes,
No,
it does.
unironically, I assume.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was a very like
Intentional.
yeah, intentional consideration as opposed to playing something like Shared Roots, for example, which is just a rampant growth effect. And then most lists that I've seen have moved away from Esper Origins, and they're more all in on the Nursery Green Shell um, configuration. But I think Olison has decided to hedge a little bit and have one Origins, one Sandman, um, and then still have this kind of package. What I've also seen is that he's moved away from Might from Harmonizer. So it's no longer like 3 or 4
True.
copies. He's only playing one. And I actually tried a list like this before I played an RCQ, which I incidentally won, by the way, with Landfall.
Nice.
Um, and what I found was that if you don't play 3 to 4 copies of Harmonizer, it is difficult because you don't have against some matchups where you want the turns where you just suddenly win. You don't have that.
So what do you think is the reason to trim on those? Like, what's the trade off the other way? What are you gaining?
So what I would think is that actually if he's expecting more grindy matchups or matchups where he cannot just suddenly win on the spot, uh, he's expecting to play a longer game and move away from the sudden explosiveness of the deck. And playing just one copy allows you to have access to it just in case you need it, but it just doesn't come up as often anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, with one copy definitely comes, but also from the opponent perspective, like I'm not sure how much of it comes into play now, but it is an open decklist tournament, which sometimes lends itself to adding one copy of a card, which otherwise you would play 0 of, because the opponent has to respect this in some capacity. Because so again, I'm just completely grabbing at straws. But maybe he wanted to play 0 and he plays 1, and the opponent has to think, well, I might just be dead.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I do feel actually the Harmonizer is like an important card that you want to have access to one of. I have actually tried a list once where I inverted the number of green shells and harmonizers, where I played 4 harmonizers and 1 green shell. And the reason for that is because I also had Archdruid Charm in my deck.
Ooh.
And that card, because you can search up any creature, allows you to play more like a toolbox strategy kind of deck. So the one of green shell is there where I say
Oh,
like
that.
exactly if I need to I can search it, but I don't necessarily need it. And meanwhile, let's take a look at Krabby Patty.
We do be crabbing. So we've got the classic 4 talent for boomerang package. We see what we saw of playing a big role, Thunderflock and the crabs. But also the main deck, double get out, double seer, quadruple torch the tower, triple spell snare. So a pretty robust kind of interaction suite. Anything that jumps at you?
Not necessarily. It feels like a fairly stock list, and by stock I mean it also plays 3 copies of stock up. I don't actually know if this is in the stock list, mostly because it is sorcery speed, and not instant speed. Um, so, but I mean, it is a good card at the end of the day. So, all right, let's transition over and watch game 2.
Now we joined mid-match, so we actually not sure who was on the play the first game, but naturally, Alexi should be on the play now.
Mm-hmm.
And we see turn 1 Elf, turn 2 Carb getting spell snared. Let me actually take a look at the spell snare target list, because it's relatively short. And by short, I mean, okay, it's 8 cards from the game 1 configuration. Because that glimpses the cause. So,
Yes, but you really want to counter Esper Origins and Bajamol Cup only.
yeah. And so counter we do. I still Explorer, Playland, Trigger, Mail 1. And I,
Full priority fetch first, I think. Oh no, you mill first. Okay. I guess you always find a forest, so you don't really need to.
I think the hand is pretty light on gas. I think I saw 3 lands in that 4 card hand.
Mm.
But let's hope I'm wrong. But I think I do see. Yeah, another elf. Okay, that's not what we really want to be seeing. Well, I mean, so
No,
far so
but
good. But like, we need to
yeah, but
blow it up.
also Alexa did not have a turn 1 play. I'm pretty sure this op was a top deck.
Pass. So just an otter, and also on the defensive, which isn't a particularly strong defender. I think I see. What's the? Oh, he's keeping the cards pretty close to his chest. I think I see a cab. Was that? No, a 3-drop was of some kind. Is that Sandman?
It
Must be
is?
Sandy. Yeah. So now it is a 6/6. And essentially unkillable? Okay, I guess we could torch it in some combination to exile it. But for most intents and purposes, Sandban is unkillable.
Yeah. And I doubt that Alexei is going to bring in any Soul Guide Lanterns.
Yeah. And actually, one torch has just been used on Ice Still Explorer, bargained, I believe. Now stock up. But this Sandman, like, I think Przemek is low on gas, but like, if one of the gas cards is Sandman, it's going to hit you for 7, for 8.
Yep.
So like, and also now because the Izzet board is empty, like those Llanowar elves will get into the red zone likely. So it's like a hit for like 10.
Yeah, definitely. Tap 5 for a green shell. That's a second green shell that Olison found.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yes. There is some counting action. So we're cracking Fabled Passage right now. We're finding a 6th land. And then we're shortcutting, I believe, with the unshuffled deck to carb and then double crack again. Yep. So how many lands is that? It's 8.
Okay, yeah, so I don't actually know how Alexei is supposed to get out of this, because
Yep, exactly.
Oluson just drew once again the one of Sandman.
But the hand is actually, I think, all lands. By all, I mean the 2 cards are 2 lands. Ill-timed explosion. It's the one you mentioned, I think, when we previously covered.
Yeah, but it
Mono
depends
green.
on what he draws, because he might not be able to kill the Sandman. I think you can. I think Sunderflock is the only thing that can kill the Sandman.
And by kill, you mean temporarily get rid of.
Yeah.
Because now we've got so much mana that we can just kind of buy it back every single turn.
Yeah.
And he's thinking, it is Sunderflock, right?
Yeah, it must be Sunderflock.
It does look like one, yeah. Well, okay. Okay, so for a moment we can breathe a bit of relief. Now we've got double land, and I think that was a spell. I think it was a spell. Oh, it looks very spelly.
Yeah, Oluson still has the double green, the second green shell in hand. Green shell, sorry.
Boop. It is.
Draws a card. It's a Chocobo.
Yeah.
Plays Chocobo, trigger green shell.
A Drew Llanowar Elf, I think that was.
Yep. And the other card is a Keen Eye, right?
I'm not sure. I didn't catch a good look. Now we do this. Green for the elf. And now we've got like kind of a game-winning board again. With Sandman still waiting, with a couple of landfall triggers ready, and a card in hand already. And crucially, the draw step. So, I really like Przemek's position here.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure. I mean, this time around, a Sunderflock can actually clear the board once again. But the cards don't really line up very well. The problem is that the green shell has reach. So I don't know how Alexei is supposed to win the game.
Yeah. So one thing is prolonging, not dying, and another is actually getting across the finish line yourself, in some capacity.
Exactly. So
Okay.
that's Roaring Furnace, Steaming Sauna.
Yeah. And
Then
2 cards left.
Yeah.
2 cards left. Let's see what the top deck is. I think it's the cave land. I think it was the cave land.
Promising Vein.
It is, okay, you were correct. This is indeed the Keen-Eyed Curator. Which is just a nice way to maybe thwart any potential shenanigans with the long-term saga abilities.
Yeah, I mean, you bring it in to exile the spells in the yard so that the Edinburgh crab doesn't get a discount. And then if you don't discount the crab, you can't cast it, and then you can't cast the Thunderflock.
Is that a spell pierce in hand? It looks like it might
It
be.
is a spell pierce, yeah.
Won't be very useful this game, I imagine.
So it has targets. The awkward thing about the counterspell suite against the landfall deck is that you have non-creature spells that you care about, like the Sapling Nursery and the Earthbender Ascension. But the problem is that most of the other cards are creatures. So it is awkward, but I think you keep it in because it's necessary, or because Alexei decided that he didn't have any like bad cards to like other cards to bring in. So he
Yeah.
spell pierce.
Yeah, so sometimes you've got the trade-off of my next best card is still worse than the worst card I currently have to on the chopping block, so to speak. So, and yeah, I think this looks concede-ish.
Yeah, I think he has.
Looks very, packing it in, and GG's double 2-0 for Przemysław Olszewski from the country of Poland.
Yeah, thanks to Sandman.
Thanks to Sandman, indeed.
Yep. All right, great. So I think we are going to take a break for now. We've been going for quite a while, and when we come back, you will be joined by someone else, and it is time for me to now leave the stream. Thank you everybody for watching and for tuning in, and I'll see you next time. And good luck with the
Cheers.
rest of today's Skora.
Thanks. Thank you.
right, I'm here with Alberto Ballesteros, the artist of the Unity League European Magic Cup playmat. Looks like this. And I was wondering, Alberto, can you walk me through what's the idea behind this playmat?
So the first idea was to do something related with a deck, and so we pitched like a few popular decks in Modern right now. So we landed on Amulet Titan, which is a evergreen, pun intended, deck.
Evergreen deck, very popular in Modern. It's one of the more.
Yeah, and it's been twisted. Like it's one that it's been like for many years. So with that idea as a base, we decided, like, since Lorwyn was the last set, just to throw like a little bit of Lorwyn flair. So that's why the elf, it's the Lorwyn base. And then we were thinking about like the idea of the Titan bring like living notices on his footsteps. So just to do something like magic as a whole, like something that all Magic players can recognize. So I thought that will fit like really nicely on the theme, and then we added the amulet to the corner, kind of like the idea, and it has like the Lorwyn side and the Shadow Moon side. So which made like a very colorful idea. Like really pleased with how it worked out. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, so every player in Magic Cup will get a special version of this, which has the names of the players on the playmats with their formats that are played in the countries that we're representing. But yeah, you can also purchase one of those playmats on site or join the raffle on our Facebook, Instagram, X, and Twitch. And yeah, you can win one of those nice playmats. Yeah, so be sure to like and follow us and all of the other actions that we do. Yeah, is there anything else you want to say, Alberto, about the work that you're doing or about the playmat?
Well, so my main focus is I have a wide range of tokens. I was doing more. Yeah, no, it's just a pleasure to be here. Really excited. I'm really proud of the playmat. So yeah, thanks for trusting me and giving me some space to be here.
No, it's definitely awesome. Thank you so much for and having you here. And yeah, that's it. Back to the booth.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the European Magic Cup. My name is Lucifer, and I am joined by the wonderful Skura, and we are going to be your tour guides as we navigate this wonderful Team Trios tournament. Skura, how are we feeling today?
Pretty good. We've seen some insane matches across all the formats we've covered already. Pauper, Standard, Modern. I cannot wait to cast even more.
Absolutely. And we do have some more magic for you coming up. But before then, we just want to give you a reminder of why we're all here. You know, this is the European Magic Cup. This is one of the biggest tournaments in Europe that we've had in a very long time. This is a culmination of the 2025 European Unity League series. Our players have been spending a lot of time trying to gather points to qualify for the Nationals tournament, to then qualify for the European Magic Cup, and the time is finally here. But if our players are looking to perhaps, let's say, qualify for the next European Magic Cup happening next year in 2027, what are they going to do, Skura?
Right. So if you do want to qualify, you participate in the events. Now they do have different point how to call that? Multipliers. So that's what I want to say. Mm-hmm. And then depending on whether it's regular, league, district, or premier, the multipliers will accumulate so that you get points for the full leaderboard. And at the end of the season-ish, you're going to play nationals. And then people with a certain threshold of points and or wins across the season will qualify for the cup. And then people who have that qualification will assemble into teams, which we have already seen to be people from different countries, actually. It doesn't have to be one single team, and it's not even the odd one out. Sometimes we've got like multiple teams of 2+1, 2+1, 2+1, where they could have made it into homogeneous single country teams. So, which is actually very cool, I would say.
Absolutely. I absolutely love a lot of these mixed teams. And we did see one of them in the previous match. George Worsnop, an absolute maverick of the UK Magic scene, joining two Polish players, two very, very strong Polish players at that.
Definitely.
And, absolutely tearing through this tournament, doing very well. It's always good to see both the UK and Poland working together and winning. In my opinion, two of the best countries in the European Magic scene. But let's talk about the schedule for today. We had 3 rounds of Swiss playing Lorwyn Eclipse sealed boosters. All of our players had 12 boosters with which to build 3 decks amongst all their players. And they played against each other. And some of those games, I was watching some of those games with Sean and Eves. Absolutely brilliant matches of Magic. I always love a bit of Limited. I like watching a bit of Limited. I'm not very good at it myself, but it's always fun to watch people, playing these formats. And Lorwyn Eclipse, the format relatively played. It's not that new anymore, but still a very fun format to watch nonetheless. We're currently in our constructed portion, so we're currently on round 5 of Swiss. We're playing Modern, Standard, and Pauper. We've got 3 more rounds after this one that myself and Scurry are going to be covering for you before we head into Sunday, our top 8 double elimination bracket, where again we will be playing Modern, Standard, and Pauper. And we'll have a little bit more to tell you about the formats themselves, as we do have metagame breakdowns for all 3 of those formats, Scurry. Very excited to break those down with you. But just before we get there, I do need to remind our viewers that we have a giveaway going on. If you want to win one of these absolutely beautiful European Magic Cup playmats that all of our players have gotten personalized versions of, I believe we've actually seen them in the feature match. They've got all the players on the team. They're absolutely beautiful. All you have to do is follow us on our social media platforms and type #EMC and then cheer for your favorite team. I see a lot of people were cheering for the Hungarian teams over the past few hours. A lot of support for the Italian teams, for Poland, for the UK. It's all very exciting, and I can't wait to see who is going to take down this tournament. But if you want to get one of these playmats, do show your support. #EMC in the chat, followed by your favorite team. And join all of our other platforms as well and do the same thing. There will be 4 winners, each on a different platform. That is Twitch, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, or X, whatever you want to call it. But now this is my favorite part, Scurry. We get to talk about the metagame breakdown. And let's start with a format that is very near and dear to your heart, the Pauper format, as we see quite a lot of Mono Blue Terror, but also a lot of other decks. Wildfire, Core Gate's quite popular. Overall, looks like a relatively balanced format.
It is very much. One thing I did not expect to see in such low quantities is mono red of different varieties. Madness at 5%, which is like what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6th most popular deck. Or depends how you look at it. Now, it's very strange. I would expect Mono Blue Terra, Jaunt, and Burn to be at the very top. But Colgate's here at 13.5%. Very strong representation, which is not surprising if you look at Pauper-Geddon data specifically, because this deck seems to perform particularly well in paper events, not so much online. But Mono Blue Terra, Jaunt Wildfire, pretty predictable. And while we also have Elves and Spy combo pretty high, we also have Mono White aggro, which is not a popular choice, but that might change.
Absolutely. It looks like a very interesting Pauper metagame. Let's move on now to our standard portion. A format that has been, you discussed at length, the format has been developing quite a lot since the Pro Tour. Lorwyn Eclipse having a massive impact on standard and very much reflected on the fact mono green landfall is at 18.9%, the most popular standard deck in the field. Not something anybody would have expected given the previous dominance of decks running Spirebluff Canal.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think we all had expected Izzet decks to be the name of the game, and then Simic Uroboroid, but actually we do see Izzet lessons definitely, but like Mono Green, Elementals from Lorwyn Eclipsed, and Dimir Excruciator are running the show, which shows you how dynamic the metagame is. And with every set now with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, there I said it, coming up. We'll see how that changes yet again. But it seems like if you have your own deck and you think, well, now this is broken, well, it might just not be that broken, a month from now.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right. And something really striking to me about this standard metagame in particular, you mentioned is Simic Ouroboros and sort of these Ouroboros, maybe Nature's Rhythm decks doing really well in the previous standard format. It's fallen off a cliff here. I don't see anyone playing Ouroboros in this format.
Right, which is really surprising because like we saw it winning spotlights not that long ago, and now it's just like nope, doesn't exist.
Just completely fallen off a cliff. Let's finally move on to the modern metagame. Modern, slightly more lopsided, quite a lot of Boros energy decks, but otherwise quite a large variety of decks that are being played. A lot of Boros, a lot of affinity. Skura, what are you thinking looking at this breakdown?
Well, I'm thinking that the more things change, the more they stay the same. You've still Boros, you've got affinities, you've got your linear decks, and you do have your own kind of fun favorites. Like, oh, I'm a Yawgmoth player, I'll bring this. I'm a Neoform player, or I'm apparently Grixis midrange player. So you've got your own deck. Now, I am surprised by the low numbers of those Blink strategies, both Jeskai and Esper. I also would expect a bit more Eldrazi Temple, and something that still baffles me is how Ancient Tomb isn't easily the best thing to be doing. But clearly it isn't. But otherwise, nothing majorly surprising that, I wouldn't have expected, let's say, 2 months ago.
Absolutely. I mean, it seems like all of these formats, relatively balanced, healthy, budding metagames. We're going to see a wide variety of matchups in this tournament, and I am just so excited to get started. We are going to take a short break. We are going to need to do a quick restart of the stream, so please bear with us. Somebody will be in the chat just warning you to refresh the stream. Refresh your pages, and we'll get right back into the action once we come back, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.